profound stillness lingered in the early hours, a vast, unbroken quiet that rested gently over the entire home. Within its tranquil embrace, the first whispers of a new day began their slow, almost imperceptible unfolding. Soft indoor light, a pale silver hue, filtered through a sheer curtain, casting long, muted shadows across the peaceful living room. It was not a sudden awakening, but rather a gradual surrender of the deep night to the promise of dawn. The air itself held a cool, refreshing quality, a silent invitation for the incoming warmth. This quiet room, a haven of familiar surroundings, offered a deep sense of undisturbed peace. Every object, from the worn wooden frame of a nearby armchair to the smooth surface of a small table, seemed to absorb the lingering calm. There was a gentle home ambiance that resonated with comfort and stability, a pervasive feeling of safety that settled into every corner of the space. No sharp edges or hurried movements interrupted this serene beginning. The world outside remained a distant whisper, its own awakenings yet to gather momentum. Inside, the quietude was absolute, a perfect canvas for rest. Nestled deeply within this soft and cozy silence, a presence stirred. A form, perfectly curled into a ball, lay hidden beneath a warm blanket on a plush cushion, a picture of profound, deep relaxation. This was a favored spot, chosen for its inherent comfort and its proximity to the gentle morning light that would soon grow stronger. The blanket, soft against the fur, provided a cocoon of warmth, holding the lingering essence of a long night's rest. The very act of nestling into blankets was an unconscious commitment to a continuing state of calm. A slow, rhythmic cadence filled the small pocket of space around the sleeping form, the steady, calm breathing of the animal. Each gentle inhale and exhale created a soft, almost imperceptible rise and fall, a quiet testament to the depths of its slumber. This was the sound of deep sleep, untroubled and complete, a steady pulse in the heart of the cozy home. The breathing maintained a consistent, unhurried rhythm, a natural lullaby to the waking world. It spoke of peace, of a mind at rest, untroubled by any immediate concern. As the silver light softened into a faint, buttery yellow, a subtle shift occurred within the nestling into blankets. A long, languid stretch began, slow and deliberate, a silent unwinding from the night's peaceful embrace. One by one, sleepy paws extended, reaching outward from beneath the warm blanket, then retracting with a gentle flex of muscles. This stretching sleepy pause was not an urgent motion, but a luxurious, unhurried preparation, a quiet acknowledgement of the transition from the dream world back to the familiar reality of the home. The subtle movements continued, a languid unfolding. The curled into a ball posture began to loosen, a deliberate softening of the shape. A gentle sigh escaped, a soft puff of air that barely disturbed the profound quiet of the room. The weight of deep relaxation still held the creature captive, but a quiet awareness began to seep into its consciousness. There was no rush, no immediate demand for action, only the pure, unadulterated pleasure of lingering in the warmth and comfort. The soft interior light now touched the edges of the cushion, promising a gradual increase in warmth as the sun climbed higher. This familiar ritual of awakening was an anchor in the steady rhythm of the dog's life. The calm breathing remained, perhaps a shade lighter now, but still profoundly peaceful. The feeling of safety was palpable, a quiet reassurance woven into the very fabric of the home. The surroundings themselves, every gentle detail, contributed to this secure feeling. From the soft texture of the carpet beneath the cushion to the distant, hushed whisper of leaves against a window pane, everything affirmed the stability of this cozy existence. It was a world built on predictability and profound rest. A soft internal stirring, a gentle whisper of the day, prompted another shift. The dog shifted its weight, a low murmur of a sound that melted quickly back into the quiet. The blanket, a loyal companion through the night, remained draped loosely, providing continued warmth, even as the body beneath it contemplated further movement. This was not the restless turning of discomfort, but the deliberate, almost meditative adjustment of an animal fully at rest within its secure domain. The soft indoor light continued its gentle progression, painting the scene with ever-deepening hues of amber and gold. The slow unfolding of the day was mirrored in the slow unfolding of the dog. Each movement, each subtle adjustment, was a chapter in a quiet story, deliberately paced. The presence of the home was a constant, solid backdrop, offering unwavering comfort. The familiar surroundings provided a sense of peace that allowed for such a deep relaxation. There was a deep trust in the steady rhythm of the day, an unspoken understanding that all was well and that the morning would proceed with its accustomed gentle grace. The world outside could wait, for now the quiet beauty of awakening was paramount. The weight of the night slowly lifted, like a soft mist dissipating under the sun's gentle touch. The calm breathing continued its steady flow, a reassuring presence in the heart of the quiet room. The subtle energies of the dawning day began to gather, not with a burst, but with a lengthening, quiet hum. There was a sense of quiet expectation, not of excitement, but of gentle continuation. The cozy home held its breath, waiting for the next soft stirring, the next deliberate stretch of sleepy paws, as the dog slowly, peacefully embraced the soft light of a brand new day. The rest was slowly giving way to a tranquil awareness, a beautiful, unhurried transition. This quiet room, a haven of familiar surroundings, offered a deep sense of undisturbed peace. Every object, from the worn wooden frame of a nearby armchair to the smooth surface of a small table, seemed to absorb the lingering calm. There was a gentle home ambience that resonated with comfort and stability, a pervasive feeling of safety that settled into every corner of the space. No sharp edges or hurried movements interrupted this serene beginning. The world outside remained a distant whisper, its own awakenings yet to gather momentum. Inside, the quietude was absolute, a perfect canvas for rest. Nestled deeply within this soft and cozy silence, a presence stirred. A form, perfectly curled into a ball, lay hidden beneath a warm blanket on a plush cushion, a picture of profound, deep relaxation. This was a favored spot, chosen for its inherent comfort and its proximity to the gentle morning light that would soon grow stronger. The blanket, soft against the fur, provided a cocoon of warmth, holding the lingering essence of a long night's rest. The very act of nestling into blankets was an unconscious commitment to a continuing state of calm. A slow, rhythmic cadence filled the small pocket of space around the sleeping form, the steady, calm breathing of the animal. Each gentle inhale and exhale created a soft, almost imperceptible rise and fall, a quiet testament to the depths of its slumber. This was the sound of deep sleep, untroubled and complete, a steady pulse in the heart of the cozy home. The breathing maintained a consistent, unhurried rhythm, a natural lullaby to the waking world. It spoke of peace, of a mind at rest, untroubled by any immediate concern. As the silver light softened into a faint, buttery yellow, a subtle shift occurred within the nestling into blankets. A long, languid stretch began, slow and deliberate, a silent unwinding from the night's peaceful embrace. One by one, sleepy paws extended, reaching outward from beneath the warm blanket, then retracting with a gentle flex of muscles. This stretching, sleepy pause was not an urgent motion, but a luxurious, unhurried preparation, a quiet acknowledgement of the transition from the dream world back to the familiar reality of the home. The subtle movements continued, a languid unfolding. The curled into a ball posture began to loosen, a deliberate softening of the shape. A gentle sigh escaped, a soft puff of air that barely disturbed the profound quiet of the room. The weight of deep relaxation still held the creature captive, but a quiet awareness began to seep into its consciousness. There was no rush, no immediate demand for action, only the pure, unadulterated pleasure of lingering in the warmth and comfort. The soft indoor light now touched the edges of the cushion, promising a gradual increase in warmth as the sun climbed higher. This familiar ritual of awakening was an anchor in the steady rhythm of the dog's life. The calm breathing remained, perhaps a shade lighter now, but still profoundly peaceful. The feeling of safety was palpable, a quiet reassurance woven into the very fabric of the home. The surroundings themselves, every gentle detail, contributed to this secure feeling. From the soft texture of the carpet beneath the cushion to the distant, hushed whisper of leaves against a window pane, everything affirmed the stability of this cozy existence. It was a world built on predictability and profound rest. A soft internal stirring, a gentle whisper of the day, prompted another shift. The dog shifted its weight, a low murmur of a sound that melted quickly back into the quiet. The blanket, a loyal companion through the night, remained draped loosely, providing continued warmth even as the body beneath it contemplated further movement. This was not the restless turning of discomfort, but the deliberate, almost meditative adjustment of an animal fully at rest within its secure domain. The soft indoor light continued its gentle progression, painting the scene with ever-deepening hues of amber and gold. The slow unfolding of the day was mirrored in the slow unfolding of the dog. Each movement, each subtle adjustment, was a chapter in a quiet story, deliberately paced. The presence of the home was a constant, solid backdrop, offering unwavering comfort. The familiar surroundings provided a sense of peace that allowed for such a deep relaxation. There was a deep trust in the steady rhythm of the day, an unspoken understanding that all was well and that the morning would proceed with its accustomed, gentle grace. The world outside could wait. For now, the quiet beauty of awakening was paramount. The weight of the night slowly lifted, like a soft mist dissipating under the sun's gentle touch. The calm breathing continued its steady flow, a reassuring presence in the heart of the quiet room. The subtle energies of the dawning day began to gather, not with a burst, but with a lengthening, quiet hum. There was a sense of quiet expectation, not of excitement, but of gentle continuation. The cozy home held its breath, waiting for the next soft stirring, the next deliberate stretch of sleepy pause, as the dog slowly, peacefully embraced the soft light of a brand new day. The rest was slowly giving way to a tranquil awareness, a beautiful, unhurried transition. Chapter 2. A faint, almost imperceptible shift began to ripple through the deeply settled stillness of the bedroom. The air, which had held the profound, cool quietude of the deepest night, now seemed to soften around its edges, hinting at a change far beyond the walls of the cozy retreat. From the dog's immediate, comfortable resting spot, nestled deeply into its soft blankets, this subtle transformation was felt rather than actively perceived. The profound rest had been a vast, tranquil ocean, and now the very first, most gentle of ripples began to spread across its surface, promising a gradual, unhurried return to wakefulness. The previous quietude had been absolute, a comforting blanket of soundless peace, and now that blanket was slowly, ever so slowly, beginning to lift. Beyond the drawn curtains of the quiet room, a whisper of the morning's earliest light was attempting to assert itself. It was not a vivid, awakening beam, but a diffused, pearl-like luminescence that merely thinned the veil of darkness. This nascent light filtered through the highest branches of ancient trees, then through the thin fabric of the drapes, to bathe the upper reaches of the room in an ethereal, almost silvery quality. The corners of the familiar surroundings remained deeply shadowed, holding on to the last vestiges of night, yet the center of the ceiling and the top edges of the walls caught this elusive glow. It was a gentle home ambiance, so subtle it might be missed by an eager eye, but felt keenly by a creature steeped in the rhythms of the home. Within this softly changing light, the dog remained largely still, its calm breathing a steady, reassuring rhythm against the quiet. Yet, almost imperceptibly, one of its ears perked up, rotating slightly, a slow, deliberate movement that spoke of a deep instinctual awareness. It was not a sudden twitch of alarm, but a languid, almost dreamy adjustment, like a leaf turning gently towards a breeze. A distant sound, perhaps the rustle of leaves outside, or the very first, almost inaudible stirring of the home's other inhabitants, reached the dog's consciousness. It was a sound so soft, so hushed, that it might only exist on the very edge of hearing, a gentle intimation of the world beyond its immediate cozy haven. The sound offered no urgency, no demand, simply a quiet presence that mingled with the lingering sensations of deep slumber. A faint, almost ethereal scent then drifted, a subtle current within the quiet room. It was the sniffing morning air that carried these soft notes, perhaps the ghost of a cool breeze from outside. or the warmth of distant, newly awakened kitchen appliances beginning their quiet hum. The scent was not distinct, not demanding identification, but rather a general impression of fresh beginnings, a vague, comforting indication of routine. The dog's muzzle remained buried in the warm blanket, but a slow, almost unconscious ripple passed through its familiar form. Its soft brown eyes remained closed, yet the delicate muscles around them seemed to relax even further, as if processing these barely there signals without needing to fully engage. A profoundly gentle stretch began to unfold, starting deep within the dog's cozy form. First, a single sleepy paw extended slowly, pushing against the soft cushioning of its bed, a silent, unhurried articulation of limb. The stretch was long and deliberate, easing out the pleasant stiffness of a night of deep rest. The claws remained retracted, soft against the fabric, as the paw lengthened, then slowly curled back, withdrawing into its familiar comfort. This motion was repeated, almost like a waking dream. On the other side, another sleepy paw reaching out, exploring the limits of its stretch with a quiet grace. Each movement was deliberate, unhurried, reflecting the deep, abiding, peaceful mind that still hovered between sleep and full awareness. The canine body, perfectly accustomed to its home and its routines, began to prepare itself, in its own slow time, for the day ahead. The inherent safety of its familiar surroundings enveloped the dog as these subtle awakenings continued. There was no need for vigilance, no abruptness in its return to the waking world. The safe feeling was a constant presence, a soft, invisible blanket woven into the very fabric of the home itself. Every muted sound, every imperceptible shift in light, every drifting gentle scent was a part of this known, beloved routine. The rest had been deep and restorative, and the transition out of it mirrored that profound tranquility. The dog's peaceful mind remained undisturbed, untroubled by any sudden demands or unexpected changes. It was a quiet internal process, a slow blossoming from the depths of sleep into the soft embrace of the morning within its cozy and steadfast home. A soft reflection settled upon the slow pace of this morning life. The world did not rush for this creature. Instead, it unfolded with a serene inevitability, a gentle progression from one quiet moment to the next. The familiar patterns of light and sound, of rest and stirring, created a sense of unwavering stability. Each awakening was a confirmation of the world's dependable rhythm, of the cozy security of its home, and the unchanging nature of its existence. There was a quiet beauty in this unhurried unfolding, a profound comfort in the predictability of the day's gentle beginning. The dog, in its slow movements and soft perceptions, embodied this steady calm. The gradual brightening continued its ascent, now casting a faint, warm hue over the wooden floorboards nearby. The shadows began to recede, not vanishing entirely, but merely softening their edges, becoming less defined. A new, gentle air began to circulate through the quiet room, carrying the faintest hint of something brewing in a distant part of the home, a subtle, comforting promise of future warmth. This was a relaxing transition, a slow, seamless bridge from the deep rest of the night to the first, barely perceptible movements of the day, a gentle invitation to slowly, quietly, fully awaken. The dog remained poised in this beautiful in-between, ready for the next, equally unhurried, gentle movement that the familiar morning would bring. Chapter 3. A soft, almost imperceptible shift rippled through the quiet air of the cozy home. The dog, having lingered in the gentle embrace of morning rest, began its slow journey from the comfortable spot. A deep, long breath lifted its chest, settling back down with the utmost softness. Then, one by one, the sleepy paws extended, stretching languidly, each movement a deliberate unwinding from the stillness of slumber. The first movement was a subtle unfolding, a quiet preparation as muscles stirred from their deep relaxation. The world around remained peaceful, and the dog moved with a corresponding calm, a reflection of the tranquil atmosphere. Its body lengthened, then gathered, rising slowly to stand on the cool, familiar floor. The morning light, still muted, seemed to hold its breath, With a measured pace, the dog began to pad across the smooth, cool surface of the floor, its movements a silent dance through the peaceful living room. Each step was placed with a gentle precision, a soft padding across the polished wood, creating only the faintest whisper of sound. The calm indoor atmosphere enveloped it, a known and cherished envelope of serenity. The furniture stood in its accustomed places, forming familiar surroundings that spoke of stability and unwavering comfort. There was no urgency in its passage, only a steady, unhurried progression, a graceful traversing of its beloved home. The early light painted soft, shifting patterns on the walls, moving slowly as the earth turned. A gentle exploration guided its quiet journey. The dog's nose lowered, following familiar scents that lingered from the previous day, a tapestry of subtle aromas woven into the fabric of the home. These were the reassuring smells of everyday life, of meals prepared, of human presence, of its own cozy resting places. A slow, subtle wagging tail hinted at a quiet contentment, a soft acknowledgement of the waking world without any burst of excitement. Its soft brown eyes, now fully open, observed the details of the room, each corner and curve holding a comforting familiarity. This was its territory, understood and deeply trusted, offering a steady reassurance in every gentle contour. As it moved further into the living space, a patch of soft light lay spilled across the rug, a gift from the rising sun through a nearby window. The dog paused, stepping into the gentle warmth, allowing the golden glow to settle upon its fur. The sunbeams were a silent invitation, a comforting caress after the cool of the night. It stood there for a long moment, absorbing the warmth, a creature of simple pleasures and deep relaxation. The light diffused softly, revealing the faint dust motes dancing in the air, a miniature, silent galaxy within the peaceful home. The feeling was one of profound steadiness, a quiet anchor in the day's slow beginning. The comfort of routine was palpable in every quiet action, the familiar textures beneath its paws, the smooth wood, then the slightly coarse weave of the rug, then the cool tile of the entryway, were all part of a comforting sequence. Each surface, each gentle turn around a furniture leg, reinforced the feeling of safety and stability. This predictable rhythm was a soothing balm, allowing the dog to move without thought or hesitation, completely at peace within its familiar surroundings. It paused once more, near a heavy, dark wood cabinet, its nose delicately investigating a faint, interesting scent. This small, unhurried act of quiet investigation was a testament to the calm indoor atmosphere, free from hurry or demand. A soft reflection on the quiet companionship inherent in the morning settled over the scene. Even without direct interaction, the dog's presence filled the home with a gentle warmth, a quiet understanding of shared space and mutual trust. It was a silent companion, moving through the soft morning light, its every movement a testament to the deep bond it shared with its human family, a bond built on constancy and care. The air seemed to hum with this unspoken connection, a feeling of peaceful coexistence that permeated every fiber of the cozy home. The dog's steady, calm breathing was a quiet rhythm in the stillness, with another soft stretch of its sleepy paws, a final, unhurried lengthening of its body. The dog completed its morning's slow unfold. It had transitioned from the deep rest of night to the gentle awareness of day, its pace unwavering, its spirit serene. The scene settled into a quiet tableau of comfort and routine, promising a day filled with similar, peaceful moments. The gentle home ambience continued to hold its stillness, hinting at the day's gentle progression, a steady, calm journey unfolding at its own unhurried rhythm. The world beyond the windows remained softly hushed, perfectly aligned with the tranquil pulse of life within the home. Chapter 4. A subtle shift in the air, a familiar scent of warmth and something nourishing, gently stirred the dog from its quiet explorations of the living room. The soft morning light continued its patient journey, now stretching into the hallway, illuminating dust motes dancing in slow motion. With unhurried grace, the dog began to pad across the cool floor, its gentle footsteps barely disturbing the peaceful silence. This soft invitation led it towards the kitchen, a heart of the cozy home where daily rituals unfolded with comforting predictability. The very act of moving was a testament to the safety and stability that permeated its world. As it entered the designated care area, the soft morning light caught the edges of a bowl resting on the floor, a familiar sight. This was a moment of quiet anticipation, not a burst of excitement, but a deep, settled knowing. A gentle human presence moved nearby, the sounds of their movements a soft symphony of care. A cabinet opening, the quiet pour of water, the delicate rustle of food. The dog's tail offered a few slow, graceful wags, a subtle acknowledgement of the steady companionship. Its soft brown eyes followed the gentle hands, observing the familiar actions with an unwavering trust. There was no urgency in its posture, only a calm acceptance, a peaceful readiness for the next part of its morning routine. The bowl, now filled, was placed softly on the floor. The dog approached it with a quiet dignity, its movements deliberate and unhurried. The gentle aroma rose, a comforting signal of sustenance and care. It began to eat, the soft clinking of its tag against the bowl the only sound, a rhythmic, soothing counterpoint to the quiet breath of the room. Each bite was taken with a steady, unhurried pace, as if savoring not just the nourishment, but the profound sense of security that this familiar ritual embodied. The presence of its human companion nearby was a constant, unspoken reassurance, a steady anchor in its peaceful world. This interaction was more than just a meal. It was a quiet affirmation of the deep trust that existed between them, a bond woven into the fabric of their shared home comfort. After the meal, perhaps a gentle hand reached down, offering a soft stroke along its back. The dog leaned into the touch, its fur yielding to the slow, calming movement. Sometimes a soft brush might be introduced, gliding through its coat, an experience met with serene acceptance. These moments of gentle grooming were not just about cleanliness. They were intimate exchanges, reinforcing the deep connection. The sensation of the brush was a gentle massage, a subtle whisper of care that seeped into its very being, enhancing its feeling of a peaceful mind. Its ears might perk up softly at a gentle word, a tone more than a meaning, a sound of familiar affection. The slow breathing of the dog remained steady throughout, a testament to its deep relaxation and comfort within this dependable routine. The dependable routines were the quiet pillars of the dog's day, building a foundation of unwavering safety. Each morning unfurled with a beautiful, predictable rhythm, from the first sleepy stretch to the gentle care offered by its human. There was a profound security in these patterns, a comforting knowledge that the world would continue its quiet, stable course. The home was not just a shelter, it was a sanctuary of steady warmth and unfailing trust, where every interaction, no matter how small, reinforced the gentle companionship that defined its life. This consistent care, offered with such calm and tenderness, allowed the dog to settle into comfort, a deep and abiding ease that mirrored the tranquil atmosphere of the house. A soft reflection settled upon the scene, highlighting the steady presence of human companionship. It was a silent conversation, a bond built on quiet understanding and mutual respect. The human, a gentle shadow in the background, was a source of unwavering care, a constant in the dog's serene existence. This steady presence created an atmosphere of profound safety, a space where the dog could simply be fully relaxed and utterly at rest. The subtle movements, the soft touches, the quiet words all contributed to a tapestry of comfort that made the home a true haven. The feeling of being completely cared for, without any need for dramatic gestures, allowed the dog's peaceful mind to remain undisturbed. As the morning rituals concluded, a new, gentle inclination began to stir. The quiet energy of the household seemed to suggest a subtle shift in focus, perhaps towards the world just beyond the familiar walls. A relaxing transition began to unfold, hinting at a move towards outdoor quiet. The dog, now nourished and gently groomed, remained settled in comfort, yet a soft awareness of the exterior world began to permeate its calm. It was a gradual suggestion, a soft pull towards the familiar scents and subtle breezes awaiting just outside, a gentle invitation to another peaceful phase of its day, always within the comforting embrace of its trusted home. Chapter 5. The gentle rhythm of the morning care routines had settled, leaving a quietude in its wake. The dog, having accepted its nourishment in the soft strokes of human hands, now felt a subtle inclination towards another familiar comfort. Its slow, deliberate steps carried it away from the kitchen's soft echoes, guiding it towards a different vantage point within the cozy home. The polished wooden floor, cool beneath its paws, offered a smooth path through the peaceful living room. Each step was measured, unhurried, a quiet punctuation in the unfolding day, leading it gradually towards a large window. This window, a familiar frame, looked out upon the world beyond, promising a serene tableau of unchanging views. Outside, a tranquil landscape lay bathed in the soft, ascending light of mid-morning. Distant trees stood as gentle sentinels, their leaves a muted tapestry of greens that stirred only slightly in a whisper-soft breeze. The sun, having climbed higher, streamed through the windowpane, casting long, serene shadows across the lawn. A delicate warmth permeated the glass, creating a patch of soft indoor light on the sill, a gentle invitation to repose. The garden, peaceful and still, stretched out in an array of understated hues, a calm outdoor atmosphere that harmonized with the quiet within the home. The sky above was a pale, serene blue, holding a vast, unchanging tranquility. The dog settled itself with a soft sigh, its body finding a comfortable space on a thick, plush rug that lay nearby the window. It curled into a relaxed curve, its side pressed against the welcoming softness of the fabric, its head resting gently on its front paws. Its soft brown eyes, now wide and clear, fixed themselves upon the distant horizon, absorbing the quiet panorama. There was no intense scrutiny in this gaze, no sudden shifts of attention, only a calm, sustained watching. The observation was imbued with a deep relaxation, a stillness that mirrored the peaceful scene outside. The world beyond the glass unfolded at its own unhurried pace, and the dog's internal state flowed in perfect synchronicity, a quiet presence within the calm. Even through the transparent barrier of the glass, the subtle sensations of the outdoor world seemed to filter, faint and gentle. A barely perceptible scent, a hint of damp earth after the morning dew, mingled with the distant fragrance of unseen blossoms, drifting inward through the very stillness of the air. It was a gentle reminder of the thriving, quiet, natural world just beyond its reach. Occasionally, a faint, almost melodic chirping, too soft to be disruptive, would emanate from the boughs of the distant trees. The dog's perking up ears would twitch almost imperceptibly, a soft adjustment, before settling back into their position of deep repose. The warmth of the napping in sunlight, now a steady stream, spread across its fur, a comforting golden blanket of light that seemed to encourage an even deeper state of rest. A pervasive feeling of safety settled deeply within the calm indoor atmosphere, solidifying the dog's already tranquil state. The house itself, a sanctuary of familiar comfort, held it securely. Within the comforting embrace of this cozy home, a profound sense of safety enveloped the dog. The solid, unyielding walls, the familiar contours of the furniture, the consistent, predictable rhythm of the household. All these elements contributed to an unshakable feeling of stability. This was its cherished world, a secure haven from which it could quietly observe the larger, equally calm world outside. The act of resting by the porch, or in this particular moment, by the window, was more than just physical repose. It was a quiet affirmation of its secure place, a gentle reassurance that all was well within its familiar surroundings. The steady presence of its human companions, though momentarily unseen, served as an enduring and gentle anchor to this constant comfort, fostering a deep and abiding trust that hummed beneath the surface of its serene composure. This silent guardianship, this unwavering sense of belonging, was a fundamental part of its tranquil existence. Time itself seemed to expand and slow, dissolving into an unbroken continuum of quiet, observing moments. The dog's quiet view of the world beyond its window was akin to a meditation, a gentle unfolding of the present instant. The sun continued its slow, deliberate arc across the sky, and the long, serene shadows stretched and deepened almost imperceptibly across the green expanse of the garden. The distant trees remained steadfast, unwavering in their silent vigil. Each breath the dog took was calm and even, a steady rhythm that spoke of deep relaxation and perfect contentment. This patient, sustained watchfulness was a cornerstone of its peaceful daily life, a simple yet profoundly satisfying way to exist within its cherished world. It was a time for calm breathing, a moment where nothing was sought and nothing was truly needed, beyond this gentle, familiar presence and the quiet companionship of the scene. As the minutes continued their slow, unhurried journey, the sustained observation gradually began to soften, transitioning into something closer to slumber. The dog's eyelids, heavy with peaceful rest, drooped occasionally, then lifted again with only the gentlest of efforts. The subtle details of the world outside the window, once keenly, albeit calmly, observed, now blurred slightly at the edges, becoming a peaceful, indistinct backdrop rather than a point of focused attention. A deeper sense of rest began to settle over the dog once more, a quiet invitation to surrender completely to the warmth and profound comfort of its familiar spot. This long pause, this sustained moment of serene observation, was in itself a natural preparation for an even deeper, more complete repose. It was a gentle path that wound steadily towards the soft tranquility of a mid-morning nap, a blissful period of napping in sunlight, nestled safely in its beloved home, feeling the enduring warmth and peace. Chapter 6. A soft shift in the morning light, still gentle, filtered across the threshold, inviting a quiet transition. The interior stillness, a deep comfort, began to mingle with the subtle murmurs of the world just beyond the immediate embrace of the home. A sense of gentle change hung in the air, a quiet suggestion that the outdoor world, familiar and waiting, was now ready to receive its companion. The dog, having rested and observed from its quiet vantage, stirred with an unhurried grace, its soft brown eyes reflecting the soft glow. It stretched once more, long and slow, extending sleepy paws before rising with a calm, deliberate movement, a picture of tranquil readiness. The rhythm of its day, ever predictable, was beginning its gentle unfurling towards the green expanse. With a barely audible sigh, a soft breath releasing into the morning calm, the dog padded towards the door that led to the immediate outdoor area. The wood beneath its paws was a familiar surface, smooth and cool, a bridge between the cozy home and the expanse of its known surroundings. The scent of fresh air, damp earth, and distant blossoms now mingled distinctly with the lingering indoor aromas, a natural and comforting blend. As the door opened with a quiet, easy swing, a gentle current of cool, fresh air flowed inward, carrying the promise of the day. The dog stepped forward, one deliberate paw at a time, onto the porch, its movements unhurried and full of an inherent trust in its familiar domain. The soft grass, still moist with the morning dew, received the dog's first outdoor steps. Each paw sank just a fraction, a gentle yielding before lifting again, tracing a path across the verdant carpet. The sensation was cool and refreshing, a sensory detail that spoke of the natural world coming alive in its own peaceful way. The dog lowered its head, sniffing morning air with a deep, deliberate inhale, processing a tapestry of scents that told the silent stories of the night and the nascent day. Every blade of grass, every patch of soil, offered a unique whisper, a tiny detail that contributed to the rich, familiar landscape of its home. These were known patterns, a comforting ritual of discovery within its secure world, establishing the feeling of safety and stability. Following familiar scents, a quiet pilgrimage of the nose, the dog began its slow, meandering exploration. Its path led it along the edge of a well-worn flower bed, where the faintest sweet perfumes of blossoming things hung delicately. A low hum of early morning insects, barely perceptible, drifted from within the petals, a gentle symphony of life. The dog's tail offered a soft, almost imperceptible wag, a tiny, quiet expression of contentment as it absorbed the subtle nuances of its surroundings. There was no urgency in its movements, only a deep, abiding interest in the familiar. Each sniff, each step was a measured exploration, a calm engagement with the world nearby. The comforting sounds of nature began to weave into the fabric of the morning, Distant birds offered soft, trilling calls from the mature trees at the edge of the garden, their songs a gentle backdrop to the quiet scene. A soft breeze rustled through the leaves of a nearby oak, a whisper that brought with it the faint, clean scent of earth and pine. These were not startling sounds, but rather the steady, reliable sounds of life unfolding, adding another layer to the pervading sense of peace and stability. The dog paused, its ears perking up softly, not in alert but in gentle recognition, processing the auditory landscape of its home. It was a companion to these sounds, existing in harmony with the natural rhythms. Moving with a steady, unhurried gait, the dog began padding across grass towards the wider expanse of the gently sloping lawn. It was a familiar route, imprinted in its memory through countless serene journeys. The sun, now a little higher, cast longer shadows, painting stripes of warmth and cool over the green. The dog's confidence and security in its home surroundings were evident in every relaxed step, every casual sniff. This was its territory, its peaceful domain, secured by the unwavering presence of its humans and the routines that marked each day. The feeling of home extended beyond the walls, embracing the garden and the nearby fields, a constant source of comfort. A short, familiar trail, winding gently toward a small cluster of shrubs, beckoned with its subtle promise of new, old scents. The dog trotted along trails that were well known, each turn, each rise and fall, a part of its ingrained memory. The earth beneath its paws shifted slightly, softer here than on the path, a comforting texture. It was a slow trot, a rhythmic movement that was more about peaceful progression than energetic exertion. Its head remained low, gently scanning the ground, following familiar scents that crisscrossed the path, each a tiny thread in the larger, comforting tapestry of its world. This gentle engagement with its environment reinforced its place within the secure boundaries of its everyday life. Further out, beyond the immediate garden, lay a small, open field, its edges softly blurred by distant trees. The dog did not venture far, but rather observed the quiet expanse, occasionally wandering open fields within sight of its familiar home. The sense of boundless space was tempered by the ever-present awareness of its safe haven. The warmth of the sun began to spread more generously, a comforting blanket over the land. The calm indoor atmosphere of the home seemed to extend outward, creating a bubble of tranquility around the animal as it moved through its morning explorations. It was a deep relaxation that pervaded every moment, a gentle assurance that all was well within its sphere of being. A soft reflection on the simple joys of familiar outdoor spaces settled over the scene. The quiet satisfaction of discovering a new, gentle scent on an old patch of grass. The subtle pleasure of feeling the cool dew beneath its paws. The comforting presence of the familiar surroundings stretching out in every direction, offering a quiet constancy. These were the small, profound moments that filled the dog's world with peace, contributing to its overall sense of well-being and deep relaxation. The inherent tranquility of these everyday excursions, always within a safe feeling perimeter, was a testament to the stability of its existence. It was a gentle life, lived with an unspoken trust. The morning sun continued its slow ascent, casting a golden light over the outdoor area. The air remained still, carrying only the faintest whispers of the waking world. The dog, having completed its gentle round of familiar exploration, began to slow its pace. It moved towards a favored spot, a patch of soft grass beneath the dappled shade of a small nearby tree, a place of comforting coolness. This relaxing transition hinted at a period of quiet outdoor rest, a natural progression in its unhurried day. The sense of home comfort, so palpable indoors, now extended fully into this quiet outdoor sanctuary, promising an undisturbed period of rest in the gentle embrace of the morning. Chapter 7. The outdoor world extended an invitation, a soft beckoning from the quiet spaces just beyond the familiar walls of the home. The dog moved with a gentle ease, its paws softly padding across the cool, damp blades of grass that still held the morning's dew. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth had begun to spread across the garden, a golden touch from the ascending sun. It was a subtle shift in the air, a promise of deepening tranquility, drawing the dog further into the embrace of nature's quiet morning. The path led toward a specific spot, a familiar hollow, a place of known comfort where the sun loved to linger. As the dog moved, the cool grass gradually gave way to patches of dry, warm earth. The sun's rays, now higher in the sky, painted the garden in a soft, bright glow. A particular area, sheltered by the gentle curve of a low-hanging branch from a sturdy tree, called to the dog. Here the ground was exceptionally soft, softened by layers of fallen leaves from seasons past, now compacted into a yielding cushion. The earth itself held a comfortable warmth, absorbing the generous sun, creating a natural bed of profound rest. The dog circled once, twice, a slow, deliberate exploration of the chosen patch, confirming its undeniable coziness. With a soft sigh, the dog settled, curling into a ball, its body following the natural contours of the warm earth. The fur on its back instantly absorbed the golden light, gathering the sun's gentle warmth, which permeated deeply, relaxing every muscle. This was a moment of deep relaxation, a complete surrender to the serene surroundings. Its eyes, soft brown and now heavy with an easy peace, drifted closed. The gentle rhythm of its calm breathing began to lengthen, deepening with each slow exhalation. This was not merely resting by the porch. This was a deliberate choice for a sun-drenched repose, a quiet nap in the heart of the morning's mild embrace. The air itself felt still, holding the promise of undisturbed slumber. The garden offered its own symphony of calming sounds, a delicate backdrop to the dog's peaceful slumber. A distant hum of unseen bees drifted on the gentle breeze, their industrious yet unobtrusive song blending with the faint rustle of leaves high in the trees nearby. These were not loud, startling sounds, but rather whispers of life, repetitive and soothing, contributing to the overall sense of tranquility. The air carried the subtle scent of warm earth and blooming flowers, an olfactory comfort that deepened the feeling of safe enclosure. There was no urgency, no sharp edge to these natural harmonies, only the smooth, flowing current of the morning unfolding. The dog, nestled deeply, remained undisturbed, its calm breathing a soft, steady counterpoint to the world's quiet turning. In this sun-drenched haven, a profound feeling of safety settled around the dog, an invisible blanket woven from the warmth of the sun and the stillness of the garden. Here, dozing under trees and bathed in sunlight, there was an absolute certainty of undisturbed rest. No sudden movements, no unexpected interruptions, just the unbroken promise of peace. The soft ground cradled its body, the sun's warmth seeped into its bones, and the gentle whispers of the breeze offered only reassurance. This familiar spot, so close to the home, yet wonderfully immersed in nature's calm, was a sanctuary. Every fiber of its being relaxed into this secure space, surrendering to the quietude that enveloped it, inviting a deep sleep to settle. The moments stretched, unhurried, each one contributing to the overall sense of enduring stability. The simple pleasure of natural warmth and quiet was a profound gift of the morning. The dog, completely at rest, embodied this peaceful acceptance, a silent testament to the beauty of stillness. The golden light shifted imperceptibly as the sun climbed higher, yet the warmth remained constant, a steady presence upon its fur. The soft shadows cast by the leaves overhead danced with a gentle, slow rhythm, creating a hypnotic pattern that held no alarm, only a sense of timeless grace. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated comfort, a quiet celebration of being, deeply connected to the warmth of the earth and the expansive peace of the sky. This was a profound pause, a deep breath taken by the world itself, mirrored in the dog's tranquil form. As the morning hours continued their slow progression, the feeling of sun-drenched calm extended outwards, gently encompassing the entire garden. The dog remained, an emblem of serene rest, its soft brown fur gleaming in the uninterrupted light. Each inhalation and exhalation of its calm breathing was a quiet testament to the profound relaxation that held it. The world outside this immediate sphere continued its gentle, predictable motions, but within this sunlit patch, time seemed to slow, almost to stop. The nearby rustle of leaves, the faint, comforting hum of insects, all contributed to this pervasive atmosphere of peace. It was a space entirely dedicated to undisturbed slumber, a perfect tableau of deep sleep where comfort reigned supreme and the gentle warmth promised a serene continuity. The garden held its breath, sharing in the quiet grace of this peaceful, enduring rest. Chapter 8. The golden warmth of the mid-morning sun continued its gentle descent upon the garden, painting the familiar surroundings in hues of soft, rich amber. The quiet rest that had enveloped the dog now subtly shifted, transitioning from the deep slumber of a peaceful nap to a more watchful, yet still profoundly calm, state of awareness. Its body remained settled on the sun-warmed earth, a familiar spot where the grass felt soft and yielding beneath its weight. This tranquil posture, while seemingly one of deep repose, held within it a quiet presence, a steady attention to the world that unfolded around its cozy home. The dog's position by the edge of the porch offered an expansive yet deeply familiar view of the nearby garden and the distant rolling landscape. The air, still holding a gentle crispness from the morning, softened now with the increasing warmth of the sun. Subtle scents drifted on the barely perceptible breeze, carrying tales of the garden's quiet life, the sweet perfume of blooming flowers, the earthy aroma of damp soil, and the faint, grassy notes of the open fields beyond the garden gate. These were comforting, familiar fragrances woven into the very fabric of its daily experience, creating a deep sense of home and belonging. From this vantage point, the dog's soft brown eyes, though partially lidded, occasionally opened to survey the peaceful scene. Its gaze, unhurried and calm, swept across the verdant expanse, not with urgency, but with a quiet, knowing observation. A slow ear twitch, almost imperceptible, might respond to the distant, rhythmic hum of an insect, or the soft rustle of leaves in the ancient oak tree. These were not signals of alarm, but simply acknowledgments of the ongoing, unchanging symphony of its familiar world, affirming the inherent stability of the moment. The presence of the dog, an ever-present companion, contributed to the serene atmosphere, a silent anchor in the quietude. The very act of resting there, a still warm presence within the familiar surroundings of its home, lent a quiet reassurance to the entire homestead. There was a gentle guardianship in its repose, not one of active patrols or loud alerts, but rather a profound sense of steady watchfulness. This was a trust born of countless calm days and nights, a deep understanding of its place within this peaceful environment. The dog embodied a silent promise of security, its quiet presence a constant comforting note in the gentle rhythm of the day. The sun climbed a little higher, its rays now fully embracing the spot where the dog lay, imparting a comforting warmth that seeped deep into its fur. A soft sigh escaped its chest, a slow exhalation that spoke of deep relaxation and contentment. Its legs remained gently folded beneath its body, paws tucked in, a picture of tranquil ease. This passive vigilance was a dance of nature, an instinct intertwined with rest, creating a protective aura without a hint of tension or disquiet. The world beyond its immediate comfort remained distant and peaceful, observed without judgment or concern, merely acknowledged. The quiet reassurance emanating from the dog's steady presence was a subtle yet powerful force. It was a testament to the safety and comfort found within these familiar walls and grounds. Each slow breath it took, each gentle shift of its weight, affirmed the unwavering peace that permeated its existence. This was the essence of true companionship, a silent, steady bond that transcended words, built upon a foundation of mutual trust and quiet understanding. The dog's entire being conveyed a deep sense of belonging, a calm acceptance of its role within this beloved home. The distant sound of a soft breeze winding through the tall grass carried a whisper of the expansive world beyond, yet it remained a gentle sound, adding to the layers of peace, never disturbing the tranquil scene. The feeling of inherent security was profound, deeply woven into the very air of the homestead. The dog, a creature of habit and calm awareness, held this space with an understated grace. Its quiet strength was not in overt actions, but in its very being, a steadfast and reassuring presence, resting peacefully, yet always nearby. This gentle guardian, still in its sunlit spot, maintained the quiet harmony, preserving the deep comfort and stability of its familiar world. Chapter 9. A subtle shift began to stir the air, a gentle invitation from the world beyond the homestead's immediate borders. The quiet rest of the previous hours, filled with passive guardianship and sunlit dozing, gradually softened into a readiness for a slow, unhurried journey. A feeling of gentle movement began to subtly build, not with energy or urgency, but with a quiet, knowing anticipation that settled deep within the familiar rhythms of the day. The world outside, just beyond the quiet confines of the garden, held a promise of familiar scents and a steady, rhythmic pace. The soft earth of a well-worn path stretched out, winding gently into the nearby woods. It was a ribbon of muted browns and greens, dappled with patches of sunlight that had filtered patiently through the overarching canopy of leaves. Each leaf, stirred by the softest of breezes, whispered a calming sound, a steady rustling chorus that invited a peaceful mind. The air itself held a cool, earthy scent, rich with the dampness of moss and the sweetness of distant wildflowers, a familiar perfume that spoke of nature's quiet embrace. This path was a known friend, a ribbon of comfort that promised no surprises, only the steady repetition of steps. Slowly, deliberately, the dog began its progress along this path, moving alongside its human companion. The soft padding across grass gave way to the gentle crunch of dried leaves and pine needles underfoot. Each step was measured, unhurried, a rhythm that resonated with the peaceful pace of the afternoon. The dog walked with a quiet grace, its form a steady presence, a true companion at the human side. There was no pull or strain, only a harmonious movement, a silent understanding of shared space and a common, gentle purpose. The trust between them was palpable, an unspoken bond that made the simple act of walking a deeply comforting experience. The path meandered, curving with the natural contours of the land, leading deeper into a soft, inviting woodland. Rays of sunlight pierced through the leafy ceiling, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow that danced across the forest floor. These were not stark contrasts, but soft, ethereal blurs, moving like slow-motion paintings as the breeze stirred the branches high above. The air here was cool and fresh, carrying the faint, earthy scent of ancient trees and the distant, calming calls of birds, their melodies weaving through the quiet, unbroken stillness of the afternoon. Each detail contributed to a profound sense of natural peace, a profound stress relief that permeated the very atmosphere. The dog's head was held low, its nose occasionally sweeping the ground, following familiar scents left by the forest's small, unseen residents. These were traces of memory, stories whispered on the wind and anchored to the damp earth, recognized and understood without urgency. The tail, a gentle pendulum, swayed softly from side to side, an understated expression of contentment and quiet joy. There was no frantic exploration, no sudden darting movements, but a steady, contemplative trot along trails that were etched deeply into its memory. This was not a journey of discovery, but a gentle reaffirmation of what was known and loved. A patch of sunlight, particularly bright and warm, lay across an open clearing, bathed in a soft golden glow. The dog paused for a moment, letting the warmth settle upon its fur, a fleeting moment of pure, simple pleasure. Then, with a gentle shake, it continued its slow, steady pace, never straying far from its companion. The act of walking became a form of meditation, a repetitive, soothing motion that cleared the mind and filled the senses with the quiet details of the world. The soft rustle of leaves underfoot formed a consistent, calming sound, a natural rhythm that eased the thoughts and encouraged a deep sense of peacefulness. The woodland path gently narrowed, the trees growing a little closer, forming a soft tunnel of green and brown. The air grew slightly cooler in the shade, carrying a different scent now, one of deeper earth and the muted fragrance of hidden ferns. The dog padded across grass that bordered the path, its paws sinking just slightly into the soft blades, a comforting sensation. This was a familiar route, traveled many times before, and with each step, The feeling of safety and stability deepened. There was no need for vigilance, only the quiet appreciation of being present, moving through a world that was both gentle and unwavering. The sun began its slow descent, its light softening, casting longer, more tender shadows across the ground. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches reaching out, offering a protective embrace. The human companion's hand rested gently on the dog's head for a moment, a simple gesture of affection, a silent affirmation of their shared journey. This quiet companionship, this mutual trust, was the very essence of the stroll. It was a bond woven into the fabric of daily routines, a comforting presence that made the familiar paths feel even more secure. The rhythmic walking, the gentle observations, the enduring peace, all combined to create a sense of profound well-being, a true stress relief for the spirit. The path began its gentle return, curving back towards the edges of the homestead. The sounds of the distant world remained soft, muted by the trees, allowing the delicate symphony of the nearby forest to continue. A single bird sang a slow, melodic tune, a calming sound that drifted on the air and then faded into the overarching quiet. The dog's steps remained steady, its gait unhurried, as if each moment on the path was meant to be savored, not rushed. The act of exploring woodland paths, even familiar ones, was a gentle unfolding, a quiet engagement with the subtle wonders of nature, always at a pace that nurtured the peaceful mind. As the familiar outline of the home became visible through the trees, a soft warmth seemed to emanate from its direction. The idea of returning, of settling into the cozy comfort of home, was a gentle promise. The leisurely stroll had been a time of quiet harmony, a period of movement that brought its own form of rest, a deep relaxation born from steady rhythm and unwavering trust. The shared journey along the familiar trails, under the dappled light and through the calming sounds of the forest, had reinforced the profound sense of safety and belonging. The rhythm of walking, a constant, gentle beat, slowly transitioned into the steady anticipation of quiet warmth, easing the transition back to the nearby comfort of their haven. Chapter 10. The rhythmic cadence of paws upon the familiar path gradually softened, transitioning from the yielding earth to the hushed surfaces within the home's embrace. The gentle stroll concluded, not with a sudden halt, but with a fluid, unhurried progression back into the quiet sanctity of the indoor world. The air here held a different quality, a settled stillness that contrasted with the gentle breezes outside, yet carried its own deep sense of peace. The dog moved with a knowing ease, its steps almost imperceptible against the soft floor, guided by an unseen internal compass towards a particular spot. This chosen place, a patch of floor near a large window, awaited the afternoon repose. Soft afternoon light, a filtered golden hue, lay upon the comfortable space. It was not the bright, direct glare of midday, but a mellow, diffused warmth, already beginning its slow descent towards evening. This light stretched across the polished wood, creating long, shifting shapes that moved with the sun's gradual journey across the sky. The room itself was a haven of calm, a quiet room where sounds were muffled and time seemed to slow. Dust motes danced lazily within the illuminated beams, tiny specks of the world in a perpetual silent waltz. A faint, distant murmur from outside, perhaps a far-off bird or the whisper of leaves, only served to deepen the pervasive quiet within. The very air felt soft and still, a blanket of undisturbed calm. The dog approached the sunlit patch, its movements deliberate and unhurried. There was no haste, only a natural unfolding of intent. It circled once, then twice, its body a steady and fluid motion as it prepared its descent into slumber. Its nose briefly touched the warm floor, a gentle reconnaissance of the surface, confirming the comforting presence of the sun's residual warmth. Then, with a soft sigh that was barely audible, it began to settle slowly. First, the hindquarters lowered with exquisite care, followed by the front, until the entire body was a soft mound of fur and muscle, gradually accepting the invitation of the warm spot. It shifted a few more times, a final, minute adjustment of its form. A front paw extended, then drew back, tucking neatly beneath its chin. The tail curled inward, creating a perfect protective circle. It was a practiced ancient ritual, the act of curling into a ball, drawing its warmth inward, preparing for deep relaxation. Each movement was imbued with a quiet purpose, an instinctual search for the most complete comfort. The soft indoor light seemed to embrace its form, painting its fur with shades of gentle gold and amber. The window offered a muted view of the outside, green leaves blurring softly against the warm light, a tranquil backdrop to the impending rest. Once settled, a stillness descended upon the dog, profound and complete. Its eyes, which had been half closed, now drifted fully shut, heavy with the weight of impending sleep. The subtle movements ceased, replaced by a calm, unwavering presence. The only perceptible action was the gentle rhythm of its breathing, a slow, steady inhale, a soft, sustained exhale, a quiet ebb and flow that filled the comfortable space. This calm breathing became the anchor of the quiet room, a silent beat in the heart of the afternoon. Each breath was deep, even, and entirely peaceful, a natural symphony of rest. The warmth of the sun, though beginning to diminish, lingered on its fur, a lingering caress that promised undisturbed slumber. This feeling of warmth mingled with the inherent cozy nature of its familiar home. The dog was now fully immersed in a state of deep relaxation, a quiet monument to peaceful slumber. The world outside the window continued its slow, unhurried pace, but for the dog, only the soft inner world of rest remained. There was an inherent safety in this moment, an undisturbed calm that radiated from its still form. The familiar surroundings of the home provided an unwavering sense of security, allowing for this profound release into sleep. No anxieties stirred, no distractions pulled at its awareness. Only the steady pulse of life, expressed through the gentle rhythm of its breathing, punctuated the pervasive quiet. It was a timeless tableau, an animal in perfect harmony with its environment, completely at rest. The hours of the afternoon would flow onward, marked only by the shifting light outside and the deepening quiet within. The soft reflection of the day's gentle events settled around the dog, a comforting aura. This was the pure, unadulterated beauty of an animal in peaceful slumber, a profound demonstration of trust and contentment. The stillness was almost absolute, broken only by the dog's steady, calm breathing. It was a gentle invitation to share in this serenity, to drift alongside the current of its profound ease. The quiet repose extended, a pervasive atmosphere of peace, promising a long, unbroken period of soft, restorative rest in the heart of its cozy home. The warmth of the afternoon sun, now a memory on its fur, was replaced by the deeper, inherent warmth of its comfort and the secure familiarity of its chosen spot. The gentle, silent journey into dreamland had begun, filled with nothing but the promise of continued peace. Chapter 11. The soft afternoon light, which had earlier painted the floorboards with bright gold, now began its slow, deliberate fade. A gentle, imperceptible shift took place in the quiet room as the dog drifted deeper into the realm of sleep, leaving the conscious world behind. The steady rhythm of its calm breathing became the dominant sound, a soft, reassuring cadence that filled the peaceful space. This was not merely rest, it was a profound, unburdened slumber, a deep relaxation that smoothed every line and softened every muscle. Within this quiet depth of sleep, the dog's form remained peacefully curled, nestled into the familiar contours of its chosen spot. The soft blanket beneath it, still holding the residual warmth of the sun, enveloped its body in a cocoon of comfort. A sense of unwavering safety permeated the air, a stability inherent in the very fabric of this cozy home. The gentle transition into sleep had been complete, and now the subtle world of dreams began to unfold. Tiny, almost imperceptible twitches sometimes rippled across an ear, or perhaps a whisker would stir with a faint tremor. These were the gentle signs of an inner landscape, a silent narrative unfolding within the dog's peaceful mind. It was dreaming gentle dreams, undoubtedly filled with the familiar sense of its beloved home, the soft rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, or the quiet companionship of its human friends. There was no urgency in these movements, only a soft, fleeting expression of slumber's internal dance. The fading golden light continued to recede, painting the walls with softer, warmer hues of apricot and rose. It cast long, lazy shadows that stretched and merged across the quiet room, never harsh, always inviting further rest. The air itself felt still and hushed, holding its breath in deference to the sleeping creature. Outside, the distant sounds of the afternoon continued their gentle symphony of faraway birds' melodic call. The faint murmur of leaves stirred by a barely there breeze, all non-intrusive, merely forming a calming tapestry upon which the dog's deep sleep was woven. Every soft breath the dog took was a testament to the profound comfort it experienced. The rhythmic rise and fall of its body spoke of a mind at peace, entirely free from concern. The warmth of its fur, softened by the afternoon sun and the close embrace of the blanket, created a miniature sanctuary of peace. This was a moment of pure, unadulterated comfort, an enduring sense of well-being that seemed to emanate from its very core. The quiet of the home, the familiar scents that lingered, and the constant presence of trusted companionship all contributed to this deep relaxation. One paw, tucked neatly beneath its chest, would sometimes make a slight, twitching movement, as if padding softly through an imagined field, or gently chasing a dream-born butterfly. These were the innocent narratives of the sleeping mind, playing out in miniature, each one a testament to the peaceful nature of the dog's daily existence. The eyes remained softly closed, hidden beneath lids that bore no strain, only the serene weight of deep sleep. A soft, almost silent sigh would occasionally escape, a gentle exhalation that deepened the stillness of the room and reaffirmed the depth of its rest. The sense of safety that surrounded the sleeping dog was absolute. No shadow held alarm, no sound brought discord. The home was a fortress of tranquility, and within its walls the dog's slumber was utterly undisturbed. The ambient sensory details of the quiet afternoon converged to create an ideal environment for deep relaxation. The lingering warmth, the muted colors, the distant calming sounds all contributed to a pervasive atmosphere of serenity, cradling the dog in its dreaming state. This profound feeling of stability was a constant, an anchor in the gentle flow of time. It was a quiet wonder to observe such a deep state of rest, to witness the subtle expressions of a life lived in gentle harmony. The dog, curled into a ball, seemed to become even smaller, more perfectly contained, a picture of ultimate comfort. Its form seemed to sink further into the soft blankets, a deeper nestling into the layers of warmth and security. The rhythmic movements of calm breathing continued, a steady, unhurried pulse of life that resonated with the peaceful mind. The mysterious world of animal dreams, though unseen, felt imbued with the same gentle essence that defined the dog's waking hours. Perhaps it revisited a favorite patch of sunny grass, felt the soft touch of a human hand, or followed a familiar scent along a well-trodden path. These were not dreams of high adventure or startling discoveries, but rather quiet echoes of comfort, repetition, and the simple joys of its existence. The peaceful mind journeyed through known territories, reinforcing the safety and familiarity that permeated its days. The fading golden light continued its slow departure, ushering in the subtle hues of late afternoon. Yet the warmth lingered, a pervasive embrace within the cozy room. The soft indoor light, even in its diminishing state, cast a gentle glow that seemed to respect the slumber. The dog remained utterly at rest, a living embodiment of peace. Its deep relaxation was unbroken, a testament to a life filled with consistent care and unwavering trust. The tranquil atmosphere of this deep rest would continue, extending its soothing influence, flowing like a slow, calm current into the approaching evening, preserving every delicate nuance of its gentle slumber within the quiet home. Chapter 12. The golden hues of the afternoon sun had long since begun their gentle retreat, pulling back from the window pane where they had painted such warm, comforting patterns on the floorboards. Slowly, imperceptibly, the vibrant gold softened into a paler, more diffused light, a quiet luminescence that still held a promise of warmth, but spoke more of approaching dusk than of midday's bright embrace. The quiet room, once steeped in brilliant sunshine, now lay in a delicate interplay of fading light and lengthening shadow, each moment a gradual transition, a soft sigh in the day's-long journey. Within this tranquil space, the dog continued its deep, peaceful rest, a picture of profound slumber. Its calm breathing remained slow and rhythmic, a quiet testament to the safety and stability of its cozy home. For a long while, the only movement was the subtle rise and fall of its soft fur, a steady pulse in the hushed afternoon. The quietude was profound, broken only by the faintest, almost imagined whisper of the wind through distant leaves, a sound so gentle it seemed to cradle the stillness rather than interrupt it. Then, a minuscule shift, a tiny tremor rippled through one of the dog's paws, barely noticeable, a flicker on the edge of its dreaming world. This was the first gentle stirring, a hint of the return from the deep, soft meadows of sleep. A soft, almost imperceptible sigh escaped the dog, a release of breath that was not one of distress, but simply a deepening relaxation, a quiet acknowledgement of the lingering rest. Its body, still curled into a ball, remained deeply settled, nestled within the soft blankets that formed its comfortable space. The warmth of its resting spot was still palpable, a lingering impression of the sun's afternoon kiss, held close by the comforting fibers of its bed. There was no urgency in this awakening, no sudden jolt, but rather a slow, natural unfolding, like a flower opening at its own unhurried pace. A second, slightly more pronounced twitch passed through its whiskers, a delicate vibration that spoke of distant, gentle dreams nearing their quiet conclusion. The soft brown eyes beneath closed lids remained undisturbed for a time, continuing their journey through the landscape of canine slumber. But then, a very subtle flutter, a flicker beneath the thin skin, suggested an internal awareness beginning to nudge at the edges of consciousness. The dog's ears, previously flattened in the profound peace of sleep, now gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shift, as if responding to a sound so faint it existed only in the realm of potential, a soft suggestion in the quiet air. The subtle movements continued, building upon each other with extreme slowness. A lengthy, languid, stretching, sleepy pause began. One front paw, deeply relaxed for hours, slowly extended, its claws gently brushing against the soft material of the blanket. The movement was deliberate, unhurried, as if each muscle fiber was being gently roused from its long repose. It was a fluid motion, extending further and further, a slow unfurling that seemed to take an age, reaching out into the empty air before gently retracting, still half asleep. This was not a vigorous stretch, but a soft internal lengthening, a quiet reacquaintance with the sensation of its own body. Then, with an even more pronounced grace, the dog lifted its head ever so slightly, a heavy, deliberate motion. The soft brown eyes remained closed for a moment longer, savoring the last vestiges of its dream world. A deep, long yawn stretched its jaw, a silent wide opening that revealed a pink tongue and healthy teeth, a profound expression of satisfaction and lingering sleepiness. The yawn finished with another soft sigh, and then, very, very slowly, the eyelids began to part. The soft brown eyes opened, not with a sudden snap of alertness, but with a gradual, hazy awareness. They gazed unfocused for a moment, absorbing the dimming light of the quiet room, processing the familiar surroundings with a peaceful slowness. There was no immediate darting or searching, only a serene absorption of the gentle home ambience, a calm intake of the stable, unchanging environment. The world came back into view as a soft, reassuring blur, gradually sharpening into the well-known shapes of its comfort. After the initial unfocused gaze, the dog's head settled back down onto its front paws, which were now slightly more extended. It remained in this position, still nestling into the blankets, not yet ready to fully rise. The soft indoor light, now truly afternoon fading into evening light, cast long, indistinct shadows across the familiar surroundings, painting the scene in muted tones of gray and lavender. The dog's calm breathing remained steady, a gentle rhythm that filled the otherwise silent space, a sound of profound peace and enduring rest. Its ears, previously shifting only subtly, now perked up, ever so softly, tilting slightly towards a faint, distant hum. Perhaps it was the almost imperceptible sound of an appliance in another part of the home, or the very distant murmur of voices, softened by walls and distance into an utterly non-stimulating backdrop. These sounds were not alarms, but rather quiet confirmations of the world's continued gentle existence, a stable, predictable symphony of domestic calm. The dog's head remained low, but its senses were slowly re-engaging with the comfortable reality around it. A wave of warmth still emanated from the spot where the sun had lingered for so many hours, clinging to the fabric of its bed and the floor beneath. This residual warmth wrapped around the dog, a silent promise of enduring comfort, a gentle reassurance that all was well within its cozy haven. It remained perfectly still for another long moment, simply existing, taking in the soft, quiet atmosphere of the afternoon's slow progression. There was no urgency, no pressing need, only the quiet appreciation of being awake and safe. Then, with another unhurried motion, the dog stretched its hind legs, pushing them out behind its body, extending its spine in a long, satisfying arch. This stretch was deeper, more expansive, awakening the larger muscles but still executed with a languid grace. It released the gentle tension of deep rest, allowing the body to remember its full length and flexibility. The slow, deliberate movements flowed into one another, each one a mindful transition from sleep's embrace to wakefulness's soft suggestion. After the full body stretch, the dog slowly settled into comfort once more, though this time it was a more alert settling, a preparation for eventual movement. It readjusted its weight, found a new, equally comfortable spot on the soft blankets, and allowed its head to sink back down. Its soft brown eyes, now fully open, continued their calm survey of the quiet room, lingering on familiar objects, finding reassurance in their steadfast presence. The gentle glow of the room seemed to deepen around it, a quiet cocoon of peace. The unhurried pace of the dog's day was a constant, a steady rhythm that spoke of unending stability. Each awakening was not a break in the peace, but a continuation of it, a natural, flowing transition between states of rest and gentle activity. The dog simply existed within this flow, perfectly attuned to the subtle shifts of light and sound, utterly trusting in the safety and predictability of its familiar surroundings. Its awareness slowly expanded, taking in the quiet hum of the home, the faint, comforting sense that permeated the air, all elements of its cherished existence. This tranquil reawakening from its afternoon nap was a testament to the profound comfort it found in its home. There was a sense of deep well-being, a quiet contentment that radiated from its still, watchful form. The rest had been restorative, a deep relaxation that now gently gave way to a soft alertness. The dog remained poised, observing the gradual fading of the afternoon light, its calm breathing a steady anchor in the soft silence. The gentle shift in the light outside the window hinted at the slow approach of evening routines, not with a sense of anticipation, but simply as the next natural, unhurried phase of a deeply peaceful day. Chapter 13. As the soft afternoon light began its slow, inevitable journey toward the horizon, a subtle shift arrived within the cozy home. Shadows lengthened, painting the familiar surroundings in deeper hues of gold and amber. The quietude of the house deepened further, embracing the gentle transition from the day's lingering warmth to the cooler promise of evening. There was a faint, almost imperceptible change in the air, a whisper that carried the essence of time moving onward, steadily, peacefully. The dog, having enjoyed its long, restorative afternoon rest, stirred gently from its spot by the window. Its sleepy paws stretched slowly forward, extending each limb with a languid grace that spoke of deep relaxation. The soft brown eyes opened fully, blinking once, then twice, taking in the familiar contours of the peaceful living room. This movement was not born of urgency, but of a quiet, knowing awareness, a soft understanding that the rhythm of the day was guiding them towards its next comfortable phase. The home itself seemed to breathe with the same unhurried pace, a haven of steady routine. A delicate twitch moved through one of the dog's ears, catching the faintest shift in the ambient sounds. Perhaps it was the distant murmur of gentle activity from another part of the home, a soft clink of a ceramic dish, or the quiet rustle of fabric. These were not sounds of disruption, but rather the familiar notes in the evening symphony, signals that brought a deep sense of safety and stability. The dog remained settled for a moment longer, savoring the residual warmth of its resting place, gathering itself with an unhurried grace. Then, with a quiet sigh that barely disturbed the air, the dog rose, its movements fluid and unforced. It padded across the soft indoor light that still patterned the floor, its steps hushed and rhythmic. The gentle home ambiance enveloped it, a constant, comforting presence. A very faint, warm aroma began to drift from the direction of the kitchen, a scent of something being prepared, perhaps a simple supper for the human companions. This was a familiar scent, an anchor in the dog's daily life, and it caused a slow, almost imperceptible twitch of its nose, following familiar scents with quiet interest. Moving toward the kitchen entrance, the dog paused, a gentle sentinel at the threshold of another predictable comfort. It did not rush, did not eagerly bounce, but simply waited by the door, its presence calm and steady. The golden light of the fading day cast its long, soft rays across the wooden floorboards, highlighting the quiet dignity in its patient stance. This was not a wait filled with impatience, but rather a quiet, trusting anticipation, a serene knowing of what was to come. The soft brown eyes glanced towards the gentle glow emanating from the kitchen, a space intrinsically linked with care and nourishment. The human companion was there, a quiet, reassuring presence, moving with unhurried purpose. The dog's ears perked up gently, catching the low hum of conversation or the soft sound of water. These were the sounds of belonging, of sharing quiet companionship within the familiar structure of their daily life. There was no need for grand gestures, only the steady rhythm of trust that had been built over countless quiet moments. A subtle warmth permeated the space, a blend of the cooling evening air outside and the comforting warmth of the interior. The dog's tail began a soft rhythmic sway, a gentle wagging tail that barely disturbed the air around it. This was not an energetic greeting, but a low, steady expression of profound contentment, a quiet acknowledgement of the dependable routine that unfolded around it. It spoke of a deep-seated comfort, a profound sense of being cherished and secure within this tranquil home. The stability of these moments was deeply ingrained, a consistent thread woven through the fabric of each day, the knowing glance from the human, the quiet recognition of shared space, the understanding that evening's rituals were about to commence. This quiet ritual was a cornerstone of the dog's peaceful mind, providing an unwavering sense of safety and continuity. The dog remained patiently by the entrance, a picture of calm anticipation, its focus entirely on the familiar and the dependable. The soft light continued to fade outside, but within the home, the internal light sources began to offer their own gentle glow, casting a welcoming radiance. The air carried the faint aroma of comfort, a blend of clean linen and the subtle warmth of a well-loved house. Every element contributed to an atmosphere of deep relaxation and safety, a feeling that settled into the very bones of the dog. It was an unspoken promise of care, a continuous assurance that all was well within its familiar surroundings. The presence of the human companion was a steady anchor, providing comfort without words, simply by being nearby. This silent understanding, this shared peace, was a hallmark of their quiet companionship. The dog's awareness of the evening's progression was entirely internal, a gentle knowing that unfolded naturally without the need for external cues beyond the subtle shifts in light and sound. The predictability of it all fostered a stress relief that permeated the entire environment, a peaceful state of mind that flowed effortlessly. The quiet grace of the dog's anticipation was a beautiful thing to observe. There was no fidgeting, no restless movement, only a serene readiness. Its soft brown eyes held a deep trust, reflecting the unwavering care it received. The home provided a stable, unchanging backdrop to these gentle rhythms, a sanctuary where peace reigned. The dog knew that soon the evening meal would be presented, a simple yet profoundly comforting part of its day. Each breath taken by the dog was slow and steady, contributing to the overall sense of calm breathing that filled the quiet room. The gentle anticipation was not a build-up of excitement, but a deep settling into comfort, a profound acceptance of the good things that routine brought. It was a testament to a life lived in gentle harmony, where every shift in the day's pattern was a soft promise of stability and warmth. The dog, a loyal companion, understood these gentle promises implicitly. The air outside might grow cooler, and the stars might soon begin to emerge in the darkening sky, but within this cozy home, a consistent warmth remained. This was a warmth not just of temperature, but of spirit, of the enduring bond shared between the dog and its human. The gentle stirring of household life only served to reinforce this deep-seated feeling of security. It was a slow, graceful dance towards the evening's peaceful embrace. The quiet, knowing presence of the dog in its familiar spot, patiently waiting, spoke volumes about the trust it held. There was a subtle ease in its posture, a readiness that was both alert and deeply relaxed. The steady rhythm of the day, moving from afternoon repose towards evening care, was a testament to the stability of its world. This was the quiet grace of a life lived in predictable comfort, where every hour held its own gentle beauty. The approach of the evening meal was simply another soft step in this serene, unhurried journey, leading towards deeper contentment. Chapter 14. The soft amber light of the early evening began its slow, deliberate descent, gradually deepening within the familiar and deeply cozy home. A gentle, almost imperceptible transition of ambient sound might have been barely noticeable, a subtle shift from the quiet, hushed hum of the afternoon hours to the softened, almost muffled sounds of early evening preparations that would soon, with quiet predictability, begin to unfold. The air, which had carried the lingering, faint scents of the day, now slowly started to gather a new, faint, yet utterly familiar aroma, not yet distinct or strong, but hinting at the comforting routine that was gently, surely, about to unfold in the very heart of the home. Within this calm indoor atmosphere, where the long shadows began to lengthen and deepen with a soft, elegant grace, the dog stirred gently from a recent period of deep and restorative rest, its body unfurling just slightly from a perfectly curled, peaceful position on its soft, warm blanket. Its soft brown eyes opened slowly, deliberately, without any hint of urgency or suddenness, quietly observing the subtle changes in its beloved surroundings. There was a profound sense of peaceful awareness in its calm gaze, a quiet, knowing understanding that the time for evening comfort and gentle nourishment was drawing slowly, steadily nearer, a predictable and profoundly welcome moment in its stable, tranquil day. The encompassing warmth of the home surrounded it like a soft, invisible blanket, a constant, stable, and deeply reassuring presence that never wavered. This was a gentle part of the day's inherent cycle, a natural and unhurried shift in the serene rhythm of its peaceful life. The quiet anticipation held no trace of impatience, only a deep trust in the familiar cadence of time, promising continued safety and rest. In the nearby, softly lit kitchen, a soft, singular clink of a ceramic bowl against a smooth countertop became a quiet, utterly familiar sound, a gentle signal that carried its soothing resonance slowly through the peaceful living room. This particular sound was never a call to sudden, energetic excitement or hurried, frantic movement, but rather a soft, steady rhythm, a comforting and deeply integral part of the day's well-established and deeply trusted progression. The dog, a loyal and cherished companion, responded with its characteristic unhurried grace, rising slowly from its chosen resting place, stretching sleepy paws forward with a long, languid motion that gently eased its muscles after a period of calm breathing and profound, deep relaxation. It moved deliberately, with a quiet patting of its paws across the familiar, cool floor, its internal compass gently guiding it towards the subtle source of the soft, inviting sound. Its entire posture and peaceful presence radiated a quiet companionship, a steady, unwavering, and deeply trusting presence in the very heart of the home. There was never any rush in its movements, only a serene and unwavering patience as it quietly observed the gentle preparations that always, without fail, preceded this cherished moment of daily ritual. The air around it felt safe, a calm indoor atmosphere where every element contributed to its peaceful mind and ultimate comfort. The freshly filled bowl was placed gently and with utmost care upon a familiar spot on the smooth kitchen floor, a small gesture of consistent affection. From it, a faint, appealing scent of the evening meal began to delicately unfurl and spread, slowly filling the immediate space with a gentle aroma that spoke not only of essential nourishment, but also of consistent, unwavering, and loving care. The dog approached its bowl with a serene, unwavering focus, its tail giving a soft, slow wag that was barely perceptible, a subtle, silent expression of its profound and quiet contentment. Its movements were deliberate and unhurried as it gracefully lowered its head to the bowl. Each mouthful of food was taken with a quiet dignity, a slow, methodical rhythm that filled the small space around it with gentle, consistent, and calming sounds of eating. The only discernible sounds were the soft, steady rhythm of chewing, a quiet, repetitive sound that was almost hypnotic in its regularity, and the occasional, almost imperceptible lick of the bowl as it meticulously cleared its plate. This was a moment of profound and simple satisfaction, a gentle pleasure deeply savored in the quiet stillness that permeated the comfortable home. The inner warmth of the food provided a quiet internal comfort, a fulfilling of a basic, deeply trusted need that anchored its inherent sense of security and well-being. This routine, a predictable and gentle offering, contributed to its overall deep relaxation and readiness for eventual rest. The soft, rhythmic sound of the dog eating echoed gently and reassuringly in the tranquil, calm indoor atmosphere. There was no haste in its actions, no frantic or hurried energy. Just the steady, measured, and perfectly repetitive motion of its jaws, a cadence of quiet contentment. The profound quietness of the surrounding space seemed to subtly amplify these gentle sounds, yet they remained undeniably soothing, seamlessly integrated into the overall peacefulness that permeated the entire home. A palpable sense of unwavering stability permeated the very air, reinforced by the repetitive, familiar act of eating, a cornerstone of its predictable and cherished day. The soft brown eyes of the dog remained lowered, focused entirely on its meal, yet its entire posture, from the gentle curve of its spine to the relaxed, unconcerned set of its ears, exuded a pervasive sense of safe feeling and absolute trust in its secure environment and its human companion nearby. This quiet moment of profound nourishment was far more than just a routine task. It was a deeply ingrained cornerstone of its daily life, a gentle, unwavering anchor in the comforting and reliable flow of time. It embodied the very essence of home comfort, a deep and steady presence. With each measured, deliberate bite, a deep sense of simple, undeniable satisfaction visibly settled over the dog, a soft wave of peace. This was the quiet joy derived from consistent, dependable care, the comforting and reassuring knowledge that its fundamental needs were reliably, gently, and lovingly met within its familiar surroundings. The close, steady presence of its human companion nearby was a silent yet powerful reassurance, a tangible confirmation of the enduring trust and gentle companionship that formed the very foundation of their shared life within the warmth of the home. There was never any need for grand or elaborate gestures to convey this deep bond. The simple, gentle act of providing food day after dependable day was itself a profound and steady expression of this quiet companionship. The dog's calm breathing settled into an even deeper, more relaxed rhythm as it continued to eat, a clear and tranquil testament to its peaceful mind and the secure, stable environment in which it was fortunate to live. This was a moment of pure, unadulterated comfort, uncomplicated by expectation and deeply, profoundly felt. The inner warmth emanating from its full belly brought a wave of contented feeling, a sleepy, soothing sense of well-being that began to spread through its body, encouraging deep relaxation. This feeling was a prelude to a gentle, quiet rest. This evening meal, carefully prepared and gently presented, was far more than mere sustenance. It was a quiet, cherished ritual, a gentle and strong thread meticulously woven into the rich, comforting fabric of the dog's tranquil life. It profoundly represented the consistent nature of loving care, the steady, rhythmic provision that tirelessly fostered a deep, unwavering trust between the dog and its human companion. The pervasive warmth of the home, the familiar and reassuring presence of its companion always nearby, and the dependable routine of mealtime all combined effortlessly to create a profound and enveloping feeling of safety and overall well-being. This daily act was a quiet yet powerfully resonant reaffirmation of its cherished and secure place within the home. A gentle, comforting reminder of the enduring, unbreakable bond they shared. Each meal, a predictable and welcome event, served as a quiet testament to a life thoughtfully built on comfort, stability, and dependable affection, standing as a constant source of profound peace. Its trusting presence was a reflection of the security it felt, a gentle anchor in its world. As the last morsel was savored with utmost contentment and deliberate slowness, the dog slowly lifted its head, performing a soft, thorough lick that meticulously cleaned its muzzle. There was a gentle, almost imperceptible sigh, a quiet exhalation that seemed to release any lingering, subtle vestiges of daytime activity, giving way to a deeper, more profound state of relaxation. It moved slightly, with a comfortable shift of its body, settling into comfort once more, lying perfectly still near its human companion, its posture a clear and peaceful demonstration of a trusting presence. The gentle sounds of the kitchen preparations, now fully complete, faded almost entirely into the overall gentle home ambience, replaced by an even deeper, more pervasive quietness that settled softly over the entire space. The energy emanating from the evening meal was not one of heightened excitement or abrupt change, but rather of quiet fulfillment, easing smoothly and naturally into the next tranquil phase of evening relaxation. The warmth of the room seemed to deepen and settle, inviting a calm, unhurried repose as the light outside continued its slow, graceful fade from the sky, promising quiet moments of restful peace ahead. This serene, unhurried transition marked the deliberate and gentle shift towards the peaceful heart of the evening within the cozy, familiar home, a cherished time of collective rest and calm. The dog's breath became slow and steady, indicative of deep emerging relaxation, its eyes growing heavy. Its world was calm, safe, and endlessly familiar, a perfect sanctuary for the evening to gently unfold. A comforting sense of home comfort settled over the quiet room as the evening deepened into gentle peace. Chapter 15. As the gentle echoes of the evening meal softened into silence, a quiet transition began to unfold within the comfortable space of the home. The kitchen's faint activity, a mere whisper of plates being tidied, slowly receded, giving way to the deeper calm of the living room. Here, the air itself seemed to settle, growing still and heavy with an approaching serenity. A soft indoor light, emanating from a lamp in a far corner, cast a warm amber glow across the familiar surroundings, painting the walls with long, peaceful shadows. In another part of the room, a gentle fireplace, already tended with care, offered its own inviting flicker, a soft, dancing warmth that promised deep comfort for the evening ahead. The flames crackled with a low, rhythmic sound, a quiet, soothing symphony that filled the cozy home with a sense of enduring peace. This was the gentle home ambiance of late evening, a time of winding down, of slow preparation for the long, quiet hours of night. The dog, having moved with the subtle flow of the household's routine, now sought its chosen spot for evening rest. Its steps were measured and unhurried, a soft padding across the rug, leading it directly towards the source of the inviting warmth. The glow of the fireplace pulled it, a beacon of deep comfort on this familiar evening. It approached the hearth with a calm, knowing dignity, its soft brown eyes reflecting the gentle, dancing light. The area nearby the fireplace had always been a favored place, a sanctuary within a sanctuary, offering a concentrated pool of the day's diminishing warmth. A soft blanket, already spread out, awaited its presence, a tangible invitation to nestle into blankets that promised security and repose. The dog paused for a moment, simply absorbing the tranquil atmosphere, the steady presence of its human companions a reassuring silent backdrop to its own quiet seeking of rest. This shared quiet companionship was a subtle, comforting thread woven throughout the day, now thickening into the rich tapestry of the evening. With a slow, deliberate motion, the dog began its ritual of settling into comfort. It circled once, then twice, pressing its body against the soft contours of the blanket, shaping the fabric to its form. The gentle warmth from the fireplace began to permeate its fur, a soothing balm that seeped into its very being. Finally, it lowered itself with a contented sigh, its muscles relaxing, its weight fully given to the comfortable space. It curled beside the fireplace, a perfect crescent of quiet contentment. Its head rested gently on its paws, its tail tucked in, forming a compact, warm sphere. The soft indoor light played across its form, highlighting the rise and fall of its calm breathing, a steady, rhythmic cadence that spoke of deep relaxation already taking hold. The faint, woodsy scent of the smoldering logs mingled with the familiar aroma of its own fur and the subtle, clean scent of the warm blanket, creating an olfactory embrace that was deeply reassuring. The quiet presence of its human companions nearby added another layer to the profound feeling of safety and belonging within the home. They were simply there, their movements as calm and unhurried as the dog's own, their voices low and infrequent, blending seamlessly into the gentle home ambiance. There was a mutual, unspoken trust that permeated the room, a quiet understanding that required no grand gestures or loud declarations. The dog knew it was safe, utterly secure in its familiar surroundings, cherished and protected. This knowledge allowed its body to surrender entirely to the pull of gravity and the allure of the warmth. Its eyes, still occasionally open, watched the gentle dance of the flames, mesmerized by their hypnotic rhythm, the orange and red hues deepening the sense of peace. Each flicker of light, each soft crackle from the hearth, was a confirmation of the steady, unchanging nature of this evening routine, a promise of continued comfort and rest. A deep wave of serenity now enveloped the dog, a pervasive sense of profound calm washing over it. The earlier moments of gentle anticipation had dissolved into this quiet reality of absolute contentment. The warmth on its fur felt like a tender caress, easing any lingering tension from the day's gentle explorations. The subtle sounds of the home, the distant turning of a page, the soft shift of weight in a chair, were not disturbances but rather elements that deepened the quiet, anchoring the scene in an everyday tranquility. It was a space where nothing was rushed, where every moment unfolded with a deliberate, peaceful grace. The dog was fully present in its comfort, yet already beginning to drift towards the hazy edges of sleep, its mind free from worry, its body heavy with impending rest. This was a moment of pure, unadulterated peace, a cornerstone of its quiet, stable life. The simple, shared moments of evening peace stretched out, timeless and still. The air grew heavier, thicker with the quiet, and the soft indoor light seemed to grow softer still, yielding to the encroaching shadows of the coming night. The fireplace continued its gentle work, a steady, reassuring heart to the room, its warmth a constant, reliable companion. The dog's breathing grew even deeper, more regular, the subtle twitches of its paws hinting at the very first stirrings of gentle dreams. It was utterly settled, completely at ease, nestled securely in its familiar spot. The trust it placed in its home and its human companions was absolute, an unwavering certainty that cradled it in profound security. This evening ritual, this quiet surrender to warmth and rest, was a fundamental part of its happy existence, a quiet blessing that unfolded anew each day. The deepening readiness for sleep was now palpable, a slow, inevitable descent into the calming embrace of unconsciousness. The dog's eyelids drooped heavier, its thoughts, if they were thoughts at all, were turning inward, towards the soft, dark pathways of slumber. The cozy home, with its gentle home ambience and the unwavering warmth from the fireplace, had become a haven of ultimate peace. Every fiber of its being relaxed further, unwinding from the day's quiet adventures and observations. The promise of deep, restorative rest beckoned, an inviting, soft current pulling it gently into the night. It was a beautiful, unwavering cycle, this gentle journey from wakefulness to the profound, healing quiet of sleep, a journey taken each evening in the comfort and safety of its beloved home. Chapter 16. The soft crackle of the fireplace, which had lent its cheerful energy to the earlier evening, now settled into a quieter, more subdued murmur. The gentle flickering of its flames continued, but with a less vibrant dance, suggesting a winding down, a preparation for the long, quiet hours of the night. The air in the cozy home held the lingering warmth of the day, now mingling with the comfortable scents of the evening, a delicate blend of earthiness from the logs and the faint, sweet trace of an earlier meal. The overall atmosphere transitioned slowly, gracefully, from the soft hum of shared moments to a deeper, more pervasive quietude, inviting all within its familiar embrace to unwind and find a deep inner stillness. The dog, who had been an integral part of the evening's quiet companionship, now felt this shift acutely, responding with an innate understanding to the subtle signals of encroaching rest. Its posture began to soften, its muscles losing their last vestiges of wakeful tension, preparing for a long and peaceful period of tranquil calm. The world outside the windows had long since dissolved into a velvet darkness, and even the sounds from distant neighbors had hushed, leaving only the reassuring quiet of this secure and familiar space. This gentle descent into evening peace was a cherished part of the daily rhythm, a slow, unhurried unwinding that spoke of enduring safety and profound comfort. Throughout the comfortable space, the illumination began its slow, inevitable retreat. Lamps that had glowed with a steady, inviting light were now dimmed, their soft indoor light spreading a mellow haze across the polished wooden surfaces and the thick, comforting rugs. Shadows stretched longer and softer, blurring the edges of the familiar furniture and creating a serene, almost dreamlike landscape within the home. The quieting sounds were equally profound in their gentleness. The occasional soft turn of a page, the whisper of a human voice, or the distant, muffled clink of a forgotten dish being placed away. All these everyday noises now faded into a nearly imperceptible background hum. A quiet room became even quieter, its stillness deepening with each passing moment, allowing the soft cadence of the fire to take precedence, a rhythmic, gentle pulse against the encroaching calm. The warmth from the fireplace, which had been a vibrant presence, now seemed to merge more fully with the general warmth of the entire home, creating an enveloping sensation that invited rest. The air itself seemed to slow, becoming thicker with peace, a balm for any lingering thoughts or stirrings of the day. Every detail contributed to a tapestry of serene stillness, guiding every living creature towards the calm breathing of a deep relaxation. The dog, nestled into blankets on its preferred cozy spot by the fireplace, had by now achieved a state of profound contentment. Its movements, which had been gentle and occasional throughout the earlier evening, now ceased almost entirely. The initial small adjustments, the subtle shift of a paw or the resettling of its head, had given way to an unwavering stillness. Its body, once a fluid outline, now seemed to melt into the cushions, becoming an extension of the soft, inviting fabric. The subtle rise and fall of its sides, indicative of its calm breathing, was the most prominent sign of its tranquil existence within the quiet room. A deep relaxation settled over its form, radiating outward, almost tangibly, into the surrounding atmosphere. The soft brown eyes, which had held a gentle watchfulness earlier, were now closed, their lids resting lightly, unburdened by any need for vigilance. Its paws, once ready for a soft step, were now tucked peacefully beneath its chest, a picture of perfect rest. The entire posture spoke volumes of safety and security, of a creature fully at ease within its familiar surroundings, wholly embraced by the evening's deepening peace. It was a beautiful tableau of quiet surrender, a testament to the comfort that filled its world. The most compelling testament to the dog's deepening state of peace was the steady, slow, rhythmic breathing that gently lifted and lowered its body. Each inhalation was long and unhurried, a soft, almost imperceptible drawing in of the tranquil evening air. Each exhalation was equally measured, a gentle sigh of release, flowing out without effort or pause. This calm breathing became a focal point of the quiet room, a living, steady rhythm against the backdrop of the diminishing firelight. There was no raggedness, no sudden intake, only the deep, consistent flow of air, indicating a body and mind completely at ease. Its eyelids, having grown progressively heavier, now lay entirely closed, casting a gentle shadow over the eyes. They were completely still, without any trace of the quick movements that sometimes accompany dreams, suggesting a preliminary phase of rest, a threshold before the deeper slumber. The delicate whiskers, which had twitched in response to stray scents during its waking hours, were now quiescent, flattened softly against its cheek. The slight tremor that might have hinted at awareness had vanished, replaced by a complete and utter stillness, an unmoving testament to the profound peace that had descended upon it. The warmth of its body radiated into the soft blanket, a shared comfort in the deepening quiet. In this state of serene quietude, every aspect of the dog's being communicated a complete absence of tension. There was no furrow in its brow, no tightening around its muzzle, no subtle clenching of its paws. Its ears, which had occasionally twitched or swiveled to catch a distant sound, now lay flat and relaxed, unburdened by any need for acute listening. The smooth line of its back, the relaxed curve of its spine, and the gentle repose of its tail all spoke of muscles entirely released from their day's work. This complete physical relaxation mirrored an inner peace, a feeling of ultimate security that permeated its very essence. Within the familiar surroundings of its home, there was nothing to fear, nothing to guard against, no lingering anxieties or uncertainties. The steady presence of its human companions nearby, though quiet, reinforced this profound sense of safety. The cozy warmth of its bed, the gentle ambiance of the home, and the predictable rhythm of the evening all contributed to an unbreakable feeling of trust. This dog knew, with an instinctual certainty, that it was utterly safe, completely cared for, and profoundly loved. This knowledge allowed it to sink deeper into the gentle embrace of impending rest, assured of its place in the world. The transition from the bustling energy of day to the profound stillness of night was a natural, ancient rhythm, and the dog's slow descent into sleep was a beautiful reflection of this universal cadence. The sun, having completed its long journey across the sky, had dipped below the horizon, taking with it the vibrant blues and golds, leaving behind only the deep, comforting embrace of darkness. The sounds of the world, once clear and distinct, now merged into a soft, indistinct murmur, almost like a distant, lulling melody. The home, too, participated in this grand cosmic dance, drawing inward, gathering its warmth and quiet close, preparing for the long hours until dawn. The dog, a creature so deeply attuned to these natural patterns, responded instinctively, its body and mind gracefully surrendering to the call of rest. It was a gentle reminder of life's simple, powerful cycles, of the inherent beauty in slowing down, in allowing oneself to be carried by the flow of time from wakefulness to slumber. This familiar progression, repeated day after day, year after year, offered a deep sense of stability and reassurance, a quiet promise of continuity in a world that always finds its balance between light and shadow, activity and profound rest. The subtle shift continued, imperceptible to the hurried eye, but deeply felt in the quiet room. The last vestiges of the evening's ambient light seemed to soften further, almost melting into the deeper shadows, preparing the scene for the complete darkness of slumber. The gentle warmth emanating from the fireplace still lingered, a comforting blanket in the air, but even its activity was winding down, its occasional whisper of a sigh now rarer, more distant. The dog's breathing, already slow and rhythmic, seemed to deepen slightly, each breath becoming a gentle wave, carrying it further from the shores of wakefulness. Its body, so utterly still, held the promise of the journey into deep sleep, a voyage to the land of dreams where quiet adventures might unfold. The familiar weight of its body against the soft bed, the encompassing warmth of the blanket, the pervasive quiet of its home, all these elements conspired to create a perfect crucible for deep relaxation. There was no effort, no struggle, only an effortless glide into the serene realm of slumber. The anticipation was not one of excitement, but rather a profound, calm acceptance, a peaceful surrender to the inevitable comforting pull of rest, knowing that the morning would bring another gentle awakening within the safe and familiar sanctuary of its home. Chapter 17. As the last faint echoes of the day softly dissolved into memory, a profound stillness began to settle over the familiar home. The gentle transition into the complete quietude of night was not sudden, but a gradual velvety descent, a slow gathering of shadows and the hushing of every distant sound. The air itself seemed to grow heavier with repose, laden with an invisible warmth that emanated from the very structure of the walls. Each corner of the peaceful living room, once softly illuminated, now deepened into a rich uniform darkness, embracing everything within its calm expanse. The quiet room became a canvas of absence, a space where the visual world receded, allowing the more subtle senses to drift. No stray beam of light dared to interrupt the tranquil scene, no restless shimmer broke the perfect dark. The silence was not empty, but full, a gentle pressure that wrapped around the furniture, the curtains, and the sleeping form of the dog. This was the quiet that encouraged deep sleep, a deep, enveloping quiet that promised undisturbed rest. It was a quiet that resonated with the calming sounds of nothingness, a peaceful hush that felt ancient and profound. Curled tightly into a soft ball, the dog lay utterly still within its cozy nesting of blankets. The soft fabric yielded to the weight of its body, forming a perfect cocoon of comfort and security. Its position was one of deep, inherent relaxation, a testament to the safety it felt in its well-loved spot. The head was tucked, the tail a gentle curve, the paws hidden beneath the body, creating a seamless, rounded shape that spoke of ultimate contentment. The dark fur blended with the encroaching shadows, making its form a part of the serene night itself. The most notable presence in this profound quiet was the dog's calm breathing. It was a slow, steady rhythm, an unbroken pattern that filled the silent space with its soft cadence. Each inhale was a gentle swell, each exhale a barely audible sigh, a perfect counterpoint to the quiet night. This rhythmic breath was the only sound, a subtle reassurance that life continued quietly and without effort in the heart of the deeply sleeping animal. It was a sound that invited deep relaxation, a gentle, repetitive melody that seemed to coax the world itself into a similar state of rest. This was sleep that went beyond mere unconsciousness. It was an entering into the quiet depths of night, a journey into a state of renewal. The dog's body was completely at peace, surrendered to the natural process of deep sleep. There was no stirring, no anxious twitch of a paw, no sudden lift of the head. The absence of any disturbance was absolute, creating a profound sense of peaceful mind for the dog. Its familiar spot, now cloaked in darkness, was more than just a place to sleep. It was a sanctuary, a stronghold of comfort where no worries could penetrate the gentle veil of slumber. Perhaps, within this deep stillness, dreaming gentle dreams unfolded in the dog's quiet mind. These dreams, if they came, were subtle, expressed only through the slightest, almost imperceptible quiver of an eyelid or a faint, fleeting movement of a whisker. They were not dreams of chase or excitement, but soft visions of sunlit fields, the gentle touch of a trusted hand, or the slow, rhythmic sound of rain against a window pane. These were dreams woven from the fabric of its peaceful daily life, reflecting the inherent comfort and warmth that surrounded it always. The entire atmosphere was one of absolute safety. The home itself stood as a silent sentinel, its walls holding the night at bay, protecting the tranquility within. The dog, nestling into blankets, was enveloped by this protective embrace. This profound rest was not merely physical, it was a complete spiritual settling, a total surrender to the gentle forces of the night. The stillness felt ancient and timeless, a stable, unwavering presence that offered immense comfort and insomnia relief to anyone who merely observed its gentle perfection. The silence grew ever deeper, settling around the dreaming dog like a soft, invisible blanket. The calm breathing continued its steady rhythm, a constant comforting assurance in the heart of the night. The dog's deep relaxation was complete, a quiet miracle unfolding in the gentle dark. This profound state, a bedtime story whispered by the quiet night itself, was a testament to the simple, enduring peace found in a life filled with comfort and trust. The serene feeling of this quiet night extended outward, touching everything, promising a long, unbroken period of rest until the soft, slow approach of a new dawn. Chapter 18. The deepest hours of night continued their silent, unwavering reign across the tranquil home. A profound quiet settled over every surface, absorbing even the softest echo, creating a gentle hush that permeated the very air. In this enveloping stillness, the world outside seemed to fade into a distant memory, leaving only the immediate, secure comfort of the peaceful living room. The darkness itself felt soft, a velvet cloak draped over the familiar surroundings, offering a sense of complete privacy and undisturbed serenity. Within this serene core of night, the dog remained in an unbroken state of deep relaxation. Curled into a perfect ball, its form was a testament to the absolute surrender of sleep, a picture of ultimate ease. The blankets it had nestled into hours before still held it gently, a soft cocoon providing continuous warmth and a feeling of immeasurable safety. There was no fidgeting, no restless shift in posture, only a profound stillness that radiated from its sleeping form, anchoring the quiet of the room. This was the silent core of the night, a period of unwavering peace. The most prominent, yet profoundly gentle sound in the quiet space was the dog's calm breathing. Deep and utterly regular, each slow inhale and exhale created a rhythmic cadence, a soft, soothing hum against the backdrop of the night's silence. It was the sound of life in its most peaceful state, a steady, dependable presence that underscored the complete absence of tension or alarm. This deep, consistent breath was a quiet lullaby, a natural beat within the heart of the home, a soft anchor in the vast ocean of sleep. It spoke of absolute contentment, of a mind completely at rest, enveloped in secure comfort. Occasionally, the faintest ripple would pass across the dog's face, a barely perceptible twitch of an eyelid or a slight tremor of a paw. These were the only visible signs that within its tranquil slumber the dog was dreaming gentle dreams. Perhaps it was wandering open fields, or perhaps following familiar scents, but these dreamt adventures remained entirely within the realm of its peaceful subconscious, never disturbing the profound quiet of its physical form. The dreaming was a soft whisper, a delicate dance of inner thoughts, all contained within the steadfast stillness of its curled shape. These subtle expressions vanished as quickly as they appeared, leaving behind the same unbroken calm. The ambient warmth of the home was a steady embrace, a constant reassurance that banished any hint of chill. The dog's fur, soft and warm to the touch, pulsed gently with each breath, a living testament to the deep rest it enjoyed. This warmth was not a sudden burst, but a pervasive, subtle presence, like the memory of a summer day held within a stone. It wrapped around the dog, enhancing the cozy feeling of its resting place, contributing to the sense of an unchanging, protective environment. The feeling of safety was palpable, woven into the very fabric of the familiar surroundings, a stable anchor through the long, silent hours. The quality of the stillness deepened as the night progressed, becoming almost weighty in its peacefulness. It was a stillness that felt ancient and complete, a primordial calm that invited everything within its embrace to simply be. The soft indoor light, absent now, had given way to a pure, encompassing darkness. Yet this darkness was not empty. It was filled with the promise of rest, the certainty of comfort, and the enduring presence of a beloved companion in its quiet, familiar home. There was a gentle stability to this segment of night, an unchanging rhythm that cradled the dog in its undisturbed, deep sleep. Each cycle of calm breathing affirmed the dog's profound depth of relaxation. The soft brown eyes remained peacefully closed, tucked away beneath the gentle brow, completely shielded from the world. The only visible movement was the slow rise and fall of its body, a mesmerizing, repetitive motion that mirrored the tranquil ebb and flow of a calm, vast sea. This continuous, rhythmic pattern was a comfort in itself, a testament to the body's essential function, working harmoniously in deep rest. The entire being of the dog was absorbed in this quiet process of renewal, completely at peace within its cozy haven. The feeling of secure comfort extended throughout the entire house, even to the distant, unseen corners. The quiet room where the dog rested felt like a central point of this peace emanating outward. There was no need for vigilance, no call for activity, only the profound, unwavering stability of the moment. The soft blanket provided a physical layer of security, its familiar texture a silent promise of ongoing warmth. This complete, unshakable comfort allowed the dog to indulge fully in its deep sleep, to enter into a state of rest so profound it felt eternal. This unwavering peace of the night was a silent reflection on the comforting, cyclical nature of deep rest. Just as the day gave way to night, and night surrendered to the dawn, so too did periods of activity give way to these necessary restorative hours of profound slumber. The dog's steady presence within this cycle was a source of quiet reassurance, a gentle reminder of the natural order of things, a comforting stability in a world that often demanded motion. Its quiet sleep was an essential part of this rhythm, a deep well of calm for both the animal and the surrounding home. The soft, unchanging atmosphere of the deepest night held the dog in its embrace, promising continued tranquility. The impression of stillness was so complete that time itself seemed to slow, stretching out into an endless moment of quiet repose. The faint warmth emanating from the dog's body was a small, comforting heat source in the cool night air, a tangible sign of life's gentle persistence even in profound rest. The dog remained perfectly still, nestled deep within its blankets, a silent guardian of the night's peace, completely immersed in the soothing currents of sleep. This immersive tranquility continued its gentle, silent flow, carrying the entire scene deeper into the quietude of the night. Chapter 19. The quiet breath of the sleeping companion continued its rhythmic pattern, a soft, steady pulse in the deep stillness of the night. This was the enduring cadence of its peaceful existence, a gentle promise whispered in the quiet hours as the world outside remained cloaked in darkness. Each slow inhalation, each gradual exhalation, spoke of a profound comfort that permeated the very air of the home. It was a testament to the continuous cycle of rest and gentle awakening, a predictable rhythm that brought deep relaxation and unwavering stability. The house itself held this same serene quality, an unchanging canvas of soft shadows and ambient quiet. The gentle hum of the refrigerator, a distant, almost imperceptible sound, was the only minor deviation from the absolute stillness, merely serving to emphasize the pervasive peace. This was the familiar world of the dog, a sanctuary built on the comforting repetition of days flowing into nights, and nights giving way to a new, gentle dawn. The darkness held a consistent serenity, a blanket of soft oblivion allowing for the deepest kind of slumber. Within this quiet embrace, the dog lay perfectly still, a soft form curling into a ball, nestled deep within its chosen spot, drawing warmth from its cozy blanket. Its steady presence in the home served as a quiet focal point of peace, an anchor in the calm ocean of the night. The subtlest movements might occasionally ripple across its fur, perhaps a faint twitch of a paw or a slight shift of its ears, hints of dreaming gentle dreams unfolding in its tranquil mind. These were not disturbances, but rather soft echoes of its consciousness, a gentle reminder of the life force resting so completely. The calm breathing remained constant, a lullaby woven into the fabric of the silent hours. This deep, unbroken rhythm was the very essence of relaxing sleep, a natural state of being that nourished and restored. The predictability of these cycles, from the vibrant yet gentle activity of the day to the profound rest of the night, was a source of unwavering comfort. There was no urgency in this existence, only the steady flow of time marked by natural needs and fulfilling routines. The cycles of rest and waking were not abrupt shifts but slow, seamless transitions, each leading naturally into the next, building a life of steadfast security. The dog's capacity for such profound and enduring deep relaxation spoke volumes about the safety of its familiar surroundings and the trust it held for its companion's home. This deep feeling of security was not fleeting. It was an enduring stability that underpinned every moment of its life. Even in sleep, the dog communicated this quiet confidence, this certainty of care and belonging. The cozy comfort of its sleeping place, surrounded by the familiar scents and sounds of the home, fostered a peaceful mind that knew no worries. The warmth from its own body, amplified by the soft bedding, created a small personal haven within the larger sanctuary of the house, a place where it could fully surrender to the depths of deep sleep. The soft reflection on this quiet companionship extended beyond the waking hours, persisting even in the realm of sleep. Though its human companion might be resting in a nearby room, an invisible thread of connection remained, a shared space of warmth and mutual comfort. This silent understanding was a powerful, gentle force, reinforcing the dog's sense of belonging. The absence of any external clamor, the sustained quiet of the night, allowed for a complete immersion in this state of deep relaxation, free from intrusion or concern. The whole home seemed to participate in this collective exhalation, a shared moment of profound rest. As the night slowly, imperceptibly moved towards its inevitable conclusion, the dog continued its deep slumber. Its steady, calm breathing echoed the slow tide of time, a constant, reassuring sound. The world awaited the dawn, but for now, there was only the peaceful continuum of deep sleep, a harmonious blend of internal rest and external quiet. The promise of peaceful cycles was not merely a hope for the future, but a living, breathing reality in this present moment of tranquil repose. The familiar darkness held no threat, only the profound invitation to remain enveloped in a serene, unending sense of comfort. The night offered its quiet blessings, slowly preparing the home for the gentle stirrings of a new day. But for now, the deep peace endured, unbroken and constant. Chapter 20. The deep stillness of the very late night settled over the familiar home, a quiet so profound it seemed to hold its breath. This was the hour just before the faintest suggestion of dawn, a time when the world outside truly paused, wrapped in an unbroken hush. The darkness within the cozy home was complete. A velvet blanket draped over every surface, absorbing all but the most subtle impressions of existence. No hint of color stirred in the quiet room, only the deepest shades of restful shadow. The air itself felt soft and still, carrying only the faintest and most comforting suggestion of the warmth that permeated the peaceful living space. Everything was in perfect repose, held in the gentle embrace of the night. Within this deep quiet, the dog remained in its place of ultimate comfort, a soft form settled securely in its beloved familiar spot. It lay curled into a ball, a perfect crescent of quiet contentment, deeply nestled into blankets that offered both warmth and a cushioned sense of security. The weight of deep sleep held it fast, a complete and total surrender to the restorative power of the long night. This was not merely rest, but an immersion in the very essence of tranquility, a state beyond the reach of any disturbance. The only sound that broke the absolute stillness was the soft, steady rhythm of the dog's calm breathing. Each gentle inhale and exhale was a barely perceptible whisper in the profound quiet, a testament to the enduring presence of life even in the deepest slumber. This rhythmic breath, so slow and even, spoke of profound peace, a safe feeling that permeated every fiber of its being. There was a stability in this sound, a quiet assurance that all was well, that the world continued its gentle turning around this still point of rest. Occasionally, the slightest, most delicate twitch would ripple through a paw or a nostril, a fleeting echo of a gentle dream passing through its sleeping mind. These were the final, subtle movements before the eventual return to wakefulness, glimpses into a dream world filled with soft, happy wanderings. The darkness held no fear here. Instead, it offered an added layer of safety, a protective shroud that deepened the sense of security. The entire home felt like a sanctuary, a warm, inviting haven where every moment was steeped in comfort. The familiar scent of its bed, of its blankets, and of the house itself created an environment of unquestioning trust, allowing for this complete, deep relaxation. The dog was enveloped in a cocoon of warmth, a consistent, gentle heat that seeped into its fur and bones, chasing away any hint of a chill. This unwavering warmth was a constant companion through the silent hours, a faithful presence. Its body was in deep relaxation, every muscle softened, every tension released. The stillness of its form was a mirror to the stillness of the night, a perfect harmony. This unbroken rest was a quiet achievement, a culmination of a day spent in gentle activity, and now a night spent in deep, restorative sleep. The peaceful mind of the sleeping dog was a quiet pool, unrippled by concern or worry, reflecting only the calm expanse of its inner world. This was the ultimate peace, a profound serenity that seemed to extend its influence throughout the entire dwelling. The quiet persistence of its breath was a symbol of life's gentle continuity, a soft assurance that with the ending of one cycle came the promise of another. This enduring stability was the bedrock of its existence, a constant that allowed for such complete and trusting rest. The deep comfort it found was not accidental. It was built upon a foundation of routine, of care, and of the unshakable bond with its human companions. Even now, in the deepest part of the night, that bond was an unseen, felt presence, a thread of secure warmth. This moment before the first light could even dream of appearing was a pause, a quiet eternity where time seemed to slow to a near standstill. It was a space of pure comfort, pure calm, and unadulterated rest. The dog's peaceful slumber was a quiet symphony, a masterpiece of tranquility unfolding in the darkest hours. The profound stillness of the house, the unmoving air, the soft, distant hum of the world sleeping alongside it, all contributed to this deep, enveloping peace. Soon, the first almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere would begin, the faintest hint of a change in the deep, inky blackness. But for now, there was only this perfect, unbroken quiet. The dog remained nestled into its blankets, its calm breathing a soft, steady rhythm, its gentle dreams weaving through the final, deepest hours of the night. This final, perfect rest was a quiet completion, a sleep story come to its most peaceful point, a circle closed in comfort, ready to begin anew with the gentle promise of another familiar dawn. The home stood silent, a warm embrace around its sleeping companion, holding the quiet eternity of the night in perfect home comfort.